era of football est video is purement para intratnamiento y no infringe de recos de autoraniles. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclama más propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 326. In order to run in such precise control skills, of course, were sent out by Zheng Qi. Did you get fooled? Zheng Qi asked as he attacked Shinrano Fei. Shinrano Fei was in a dizzy state, and Zheng Qi's attribute was also very high. Moreover, with his characteristics, he strengthened his spiritual attributes, so the dizziness caused by this charm was also quite long. However, Shinrano Fei was dizzy for his character, not himself. The character could not move, but his mind was still clear. Really? Shinrano Fei just smiled, and the next moment, 3 Zheng Qi players appeared beside him at the same time. In just a moment, Zheng Qi, who rushed over to attack Shinrano Fei, was surrounded by a heavy siege. Oh, I got fooled! Zheng Qi screamed, but Shinrano Fei found something wrong. How could this shout look like being fooled? Sure enough, the next moment, countless flames soared into the sky, enveloping all 5 people present. Destroyed in smoke. Shinrano Fei's hair stood on end. Such a big move is not something that ordinary people can use. No matter the timing or the position, when they just appeared, the big move was actually ready before, and the big move that can accommodate up to 10 body positions was precisely concentrated in these 5 body positions, which means that all of them suffer double damage. Zheng Qi will not be hurt because he has teammates to avoid it, but this group of people will collectively reduce their health by nearly half after being hit by this big move. This kind of precise operation cannot be done by the previous players for fun. Whether it is Su Jing or Zheng Qi, they can't control their offensive skills so accurately. Are there such good players among the newcomers for fun? Shinrano Fei thought so, and then he began to have a very familiar feeling. No way, Shinrano Fei thought so and did not stop, but began to choose to break through. At this time, his dizziness had almost passed. However, it was Zheng Qi's turn to refuse to let them go. He began to attack continuously, involving 4 Zheng players including Shinrano Fei, and controlled them in a small area, while Zheng Qi's control skills and Niaolua's large-scale damage skills were smashed down one after another. The other people in Zheng naturally would not watch more than 1/3 of their own people being killed like this. Lu Xiaoxun and others began to launch a fierce attack to break Fifan's defense line and rescue their own people. If it was the previous Fifan, in such a situation, I'm afraid that he would collapse at the first charge. After all, Zheng Qi, Su Jin, Li Gerui, Zheng Shu and other capable fighters were concentrating on dealing with Shinrano Fei and others who fell into the trap. It was difficult for others to stop those former professional club players, let alone the top players of Changfen. However, this contact surprised everyone in Changfen. Facing the impact of the Changfen players led by Lu Xiaoxun, Fifan and his gang of newcomers resisted quite awkwardly, but they still resisted. 1 player died and left the field, and the other people's physical energy values also dropped sharply, but they still resisted and did not give Lu Xiaoxun and others a chance to attack. At this time, Wang Chong and Su Jing attacked at the same time. Once 2 large-scale blood recovery skills were cast, the remaining 4 players' physical strength was mostly restored. Lu Xiaoxun and others did not hesitate at all and continued to launch a fierce attack. The opponent was a newcomer, so it was necessary to understand the opponent through such an attack. Of course, Zheng Qi and his team could not resist for long. Although they had professional level standards and god level accounts, ordinary professional players would have a headache against them, but it also depends on who the opponent is. Facing the Changfen main lineup led by Lu Xiaoxun, they are still not opponents. But what they have to do is just to delay time. When Lu Xiaoxun and others broke through their defense, Shinrano Fei and the other 3 Changfen players had died in a very frustrated manner. Of course, they also tried their best before they died, causing Fifan's main players to suffer a lot. In the end, Changfen still won this friendly match. However, when all Fifan's players left the field, only 2 Changfen players were still able to stand on the field. These 2 people, including Lu Xiaoxun, are in critical condition. If they are hit 2 more times, they may die. Such a victory can only be regarded as a tragic victory. Your strength is improving quite fast. Lu Xiaoxun took the initiative to find Zheng Qi and said to him, "It's a pity. I thought I could win by catching you off guard." Zheng Qi said with some regret, "Your luck is a bit bad." Lu Xiaoxun nodded and agreed with him. "We don't just have 1 main lineup now. Should we change the format of the friendly match next time?" Zheng Qi asked. "How to change it?" Lu Xiaoxun asked with great interest. When someone leaves the field, someone else will take over. All 22 people will play for 5 minutes. The one with more heads left will win. How about it? Anyway, it takes 5 minutes for us to play like this normally. Zheng Qi suggested. Lu Xiaoxun thought about it, then nodded. No problem. Looking at the backs of Lu Xiaoxun and others leaving, Niaoiwa came up. Is this Lu Xiaoxun? This handsome guy is quite easy to talk to. Maybe, Zheng Qi answered casually, and then he received a message. Is the queen here too? Zheng Qi laughed, and then raised it to Niaoiwa. Oh, Xiao Fizi still remembers me, I didn't expect it. Niaoiwa laughed. Don't make a fuss, he already knew you joined our team. Zheng Qi said helplessly. That's probably because he was surprised that I returned to the myth zone so quickly. Niaoiwa said confidently. As long as you're happy, what do you mean? Do you understand the problems exposed in today's game? Zheng Qi turned around and asked others. I understand, our level is not enough. Li Gerui replied. Well, that's roughly it. As for the details, listen to our coach Meng's lecture in the evening. Zheng Qi said without changing his face. I'm not a coach, I'm just a handyman. Butler Meng, who had been standing on the sidelines, immediately shook his head. Mr. Meng, you're so good, of course you have to be a coach. Ban Yuanfen said with a smile. Ban Yuanfen still respected Butler Meng very much. After all, after he came to Fifan, Butler Meng also arranged a private training plan for him. Ban Yuanfen felt that his strength had greatly improved, and he had long regarded Butler Meng as a master like a monk sweeping the floor. You can afford me to do handyman work, but you can't afford to be a coach. Butler Meng smiled slightly. Yes, our club has limited finances, so Uncle Meng is just your guest to help us, and he is not considered an employee of our club. Zheng Qi replied. How can that be? How can Mr. Meng work for nothing without getting paid? Ban Yuanfen said indignantly. Mr. Meng, I paid your salary. I believe you can afford it, but then there will be no coach in the club, so let's just leave it as it is now. Butler Meng smiled slightly. This club is really strange. Qing Yizhao said to Wang Chong and Hong Jian in private chat. There are more strange people, but, if it weren't for such strange people, maybe there would be no such club. Wang Chong said with a smile. Qing Yizhao and Hong Jian nodded at the same time. Fifan is a club that is extremely professional in professional areas and extremely amateur in amateur areas. It doesn't look like a normal club at all. However, for some reason, they are very optimistic about this team. Maybe it's because their professional areas are too professional. An amateur team has everything, and also has a tactical team that other clubs absolutely cannot have. However, in some places where other clubs don't have problems, there are always more or less problems, which will definitely greatly affect their combat effectiveness now. However, these problems can be improved with the passage of time and smart strategies, but their advantages are unlikely to be shaken. Such a team is indeed worthy of sufficient confidence. What are you whispering about again? Qing Chuan came over and asked. Nothing, just seeing that we are getting better and better, I am happy for the team. Qing Yizhao replied. Really? Qing Chuan looked at them with a half smile, which made the trio suddenly feel a little excluded. It's not a good feeling to be loned here. Hong Jian sighed in the private chat, and then patted Qing Yizhao on the shoulder. Next year, you'll be alone and lonely, so you must persevere. Yes, only those who can endure loneliness can be our captain. Wang Chong also patted Qing Yizhao on the shoulder. That's enough. Qing Yizhao wanted to say this to the two people, but considering that the two are his respected seniors, he could only hold back. Today, we gave Cheng Feng a warning, and it seems to have worked well. Zheng Qi said to Zheng Qi at this time. Yes, we lost too easily before, and Cheng Feng's guys don't want to play with us anymore. Zheng Qi sighed. It's not easy to find a good training opponent. If Lu Xiaoxun doesn't agree to change the way of the friendly match today or doesn't want to play a friendly match with us at all, what are you going to do? Su Jin asked curiously. Cheng Feng had shown little interest in the friendly match, and Su Jin had almost guessed what they were thinking. If they don't want to, there's nothing we can do. At worst, we can go find Tin He and say that we've been playing games with Cheng Feng for a while and are very familiar with them. We wonder if they're willing to play friendly games with us for half a year. If they're willing, we'll tell them some of the information we've deduced, Zheng Qi replied. Damn, you can come up with such a shameless idea? Niaoiwa looked at Zheng Qi with a look of looking at a beast. What else? What else can we do? We need to play more games with strong teams to better integrate the entire team. Zheng Qi said helplessly. Chapter 327 The best environment. Of course, running in cannot be achieved by training and familiarity with each other. Of course, training can also improve the degree of tacit understanding, but that is only the most basic degree of tacit understanding. After the tacit understanding reaches a certain level, it is difficult to increase it. Competing with top teams like Chengfen can better allow them to exert every bit of their potential, and cooperate with teammates in every position, so that they can play better. This can not only increase their tacit understanding, but also make them fit better with their roles. Especially Niaoliwa and the other 6 people, when they entered the myth area, their characters were actually not at their peak. Even if their attribute points were already very high, but their levels were not yet full. In this case, as they gradually upgraded their levels, their attribute points would also increase accordingly, which was equivalent to a buffered process of continuous improvement. Their perception of skill coordination would be more than Zheng Qi and the others. In fact, our team is only beginning to look like a bit now. Butler Meng said to Zheng Qi in the room. Yes, there are many more good players. Compared with the first half of the season, we have 10 more good players. We only had 4 people before, Zheng Qi said. Wang Yuanfen still has a lot of room for improvement. Like Li Gurui, he is a newcomer with great potential. Butler Meng nodded. After training in the level-up process, he will probably be a good player. What about Sister Su? Zheng Qi asked another question that concerned him. Butler Meng smiled and looked at Zheng Qi without saying anything. Uncle Meng, what's that look in your eyes? You're a respected senior. Zheng Qi shouted. Ahem. Butler Meng couldn't help but cough twice, realizing that he was a little frivolous and made a move that was not in line with his status. So he immediately changed the subject. Miss Su, her talent is not particularly outstanding, but she is very strong in one thing, a good overall view, and delicate analytical ability. This alone can make up for her weakness of insufficient operation. As long as she can specialize in this kind of auxiliary work, she can rely on this characteristic to gain a foothold even in a top team. She may never be an all-around auxiliary core like Wen Xiang, but she can be a specialized recovery auxiliary core. Really? That's great. Zheng Qi laughed. Of course, she needs a suitable tactical environment to perform like this. Butler Meng shrugged his shoulders. After all, if there is no good tactical protection, she will continue to be targeted by the opponent, just like when we played against Chengfen. Chengfen always used her as the breakthrough core, which was not a random thing. These people only know how to bully girls, so shameless. Zheng Qi shouted. There is no gender distinction on the field of competition. What you said is called gender discrimination. Butler Meng couldn't help but sneer. In the following days, extraordinary tactical training was the real beginning. There is nothing much to say about the overall tactics. With Su Jing on the court, the game is nothing more than playing around Su Jing. This does not mean that Su Jing is the best. On the contrary, it is because she has irreparable flaws that various tactics must be used to prevent her flaws from being exposed, so that they can play their greatest role. Therefore, what Butler Meng arranged was some small details of tactics, such as the cooperation between several people, such as some tactical routines. In his opinion, for that current Fifan, such small details of tactics can quickly play a role. As for the overall shortcomings, as more and more tactics are added, they will gradually be sufficient. Fifan's personnel composition is too mixed. Although there are already 14 people who have reached professional standards, there are differences in the tacit understanding between them. Zheng Qi and the other 5 people have a better tacit understanding, and it is no problem to win the tacit understanding between the 3 groups. Niaoliwa and the 5 newcomers have played in the new area for half a year and are also very familiar with each other, but it is not so easy for these 3 small groups to integrate. The 2 sets of tactics that Fifan used before can be used occasionally, but they still have great flaws when facing top teams. It is too easy to be out of touch during the transition between offensive and defensive and during substitutions. If this problem is not solved, they will not be able to play their strength well. Therefore, during this period of time, whether it was training or a friendly match against Chengfen, Butler Meng tried to break up everyone and then play together. Although this caused them to be abused by Chengfen for a long time at the beginning, slowly, the cooperation between each other began to improve. This is the dumbest way, but it is the most effective way. If it were any other team, they might not be able to do anything in just 2 months, but Fifan had a unique advantage. They had a good opponent. Fifan had nothing to do during the winter break this summer, and Zheng had nothing to do either. They lost to Teen Head in the Super Cup, so they lost the chance to participate in the East Asian Cup. Although they had a lot of friendlies and invitational matches to play, Luo Qixuan refused the friendlies arranged by the club's top management, and instead said that he would train well this summer to stay in good shape for the next season's sprint. They lost the league championship last season, and they must not lose it again this season. This was the attitude of Luo Qixuan and all the players of Zheng. The top management of Zheng agreed. After all, friendlies and invitational matches were just some income, and were not particularly important to the club. They had never thought that Zheng would not have the opportunity to participate in the East Asian Cup, so they did not arrange friendlies and invitational matches this summer. Now, since the coach and the players did not agree to participate, they just turned down the applications for those invitational matches. So, almost every day this summer, Fifan had to play several games with Zheng, even 10 games. Although he didn't care about winning or losing, such a game still consumed a lot of energy. However, Fifan's new rule, playing a game of football to relax after training every day, began to work. People like Zheng Qi were a little resistant to such things, thinking that it was a bit of a joke and a waste of time. However, after playing for a few days, they soon felt that it could really relax their minds, because it was purely physical consumption, and they didn't have to use their brains. On the contrary, in such a situation, the mind could be well relaxed. So they quickly accepted this rule, and the boat trio told them that boat would also have such a game after training every day. In fact, many first-team teams of professional clubs did this. Zheng Qi and others who had not yet entered the first team immediately felt a little ashamed, although the club they were in before was 2 levels higher than boat. Uncle Meng, your idea is really good. I feel that I have been in a lot better spirits recently, Zheng Qi said to Butler Meng with a smile after coming out of the holographic cabin. Then do you want to go to the gym to train again? Butler Meng asked. No need, it's just fitness in the game, and I always go out for a run, which is much better than the gym. Zheng Qi laughed. Butler Meng smiled and said nothing more. He went to the club cafeteria with Zheng Qi to eat, and then returned to his room. The extraordinary players didn't really communicate much off the court. This was actually the same for all the club players in the world, because they almost had to meet in football era for more than 10 hours every day. No matter what they wanted to talk about or what they wanted to say, that was enough. There was no need to have any special communication after leaving the game. Everyone also needs a separate space. So, the men's dormitory soon became quiet, but the lights were on in the girls' dormitory. The only 3 women in the club were chatting and drinking together, having a lot of fun. The men in the Fifan club were not without envy and jealousy for this, but they also knew that if they were asked to stick together all day long like the girls, they really couldn't do it. This can also be regarded as a gender gap. If the girls get along well, it is normal for them to stick together all day long, but if the men do the same, it is abnormal. Butler Meng looked at Zheng Qi, who was already asleep, sighed slightly, and then walked out of the room. After returning to his room, Butler Meng thought for a while, then raised his hand, clicked on the electronic holographic screen in front of him, and opened a folder. There were already many documents in the folder, and each document was marked with a date. From the date, it can be seen that the interval between the appearance of documents has shortened a lot in the past year or so, but in the past few months, the interval has become much longer. Today, the young master fainted again. Compared with the last time, he lasted 1 more day. It seems that playing games has a lot of benefits for him and can relieve his mental pressure very well. After a simple record, Butler Meng closed the document, then closed the holographic screen in front of him, and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, the communicator beside him rang, and Butler Meng quickly answered the communicator. He seems to be in better health recently. Yes, there are signs of improvement, but this is just a slowdown. He is still young, so you don't have to worry. That's good, I have been following your recent games, and you performed very well. Yes, the young master is very capable. He is also very messy, right? The other side chuckled. With you by his side, I can feel more at ease. In fact, he has a lot of potential that has not yet been brought into play. Really, but I am much more famous than him at his age. That's not quite the same. Well, I am still very happy to hear you say that. After all, he is my son. One day, he will realize your painstaking efforts. Butler Meng said with a smile, and then hesitantly asked, My brother, is he okay? Still the same as before, not getting better, nor getting worse. The other side sighed. Don't worry, he is here with me and can get the best care. Chapter 328 Drawing Lots. The training days were very hard, but they also passed very quickly. For the extraordinary players, they all cherished such days. After all, Zheng was the best team in that country, and they became their sparring partners every day and played games with them. Even if it was not a formal game, it would be a great thing to say it out loud. Although they would be beaten to pieces by Zheng every time, it was obvious that they were improving very quickly. Zheng suppressed them strongly, but their rebound force was getting stronger and stronger, which also made Zheng gain some benefits invisibly. If it were not so, Zheng would not be willing to play friendly games with these guys who robbed their boss every day. As long as it was good for the training of the first team and affected the income of some boss, it would not be a big deal. What's more, although the Four Pests Alliance was still mainly fighting against Zheng, their control range was getting larger and larger, so generally speaking, they were infringing on the interests of other clubs, and would not have much impact on Zheng's income. The Four Pests Alliance was now getting bigger and bigger. Because they had robbed enough boss, they could also arm more core guilds. Other guilds cannot have so many core guild members because their income is not enough to support them. This is like war. If you get more materials from war than the cost of using the army, then you can become stronger and stronger. If you get less, then you can only become weaker and weaker. Now that the Four Pests Alliance has high income, it is inevitable to have more core guild teams. The strength of the other three guilds has not increased too much, and they have only increased to more than 30. Tiffin has become stronger and stronger during this period because they have added a lot of new people in the new area. This is something that neither Kangnosh and Jiahaishan can do. After all, they are all small clubs, and it is difficult to establish their own forces in the new area. This is a gaming ability that only super clubs can have. In fact, their fans are more in the myth area to attract those old players. Tiffin is still an amateur team, but it can rely on the outstanding performance of some individuals to make the guild more attractive. There is only one such freak. So when the number of Kang's elite teams increased to about 35, Tiffin's elite teams had increased from 12 to 25. Just looking at the number of elite teams, they were no worse than most of the Class A teams. In just 2 years, they caught up with the operations of so many Class A teams. It was really amazing. Your old team may become a strong opponent for us in the future. Before the end of the training that day, Lu Xiaoshan suddenly said this to Shinryu Fei. Oh, then why do you, Captain, train with them to help them grow faster? Shinryu Fei laughed. Because that would be good for us. Besides, it would be difficult for them to become our opponents in 3 or 4 years. The A-level league is very complicated. If they're unlucky, they may only stay in the A-level league for 1 or 2 years. It will take 1 or 2 years to win to the Super League. I don't need to worry about such opponents now. Lu Xiaoshan smiled when he said this. When they grow up to be qualified to be our opponents, I may have retreated to the second line. At the time, it will be who will fight against them. Shinryu Fei was stunned, then looked up at Lu Xiaoshan. Don't look at me like that, this is not a selection. In fact, I am still young, and I can maintain the highest level for at least 5 to 6 years. Young people, if you want to take over from me, you have to work harder. At the same time, this is not something I can decide. I just think more highly of you. Lu Xiaoshan patted Shinryu Fei's shoulder. I never thought of replacing you. Shinryu Fei shook his head. But your goal is to be the best player. Lu Xiaoshan smiled slightly. I also had such a goal back then, so I rushed forward. If you rush forward, I will be very happy. Only with strong competitors can I maintain great motivation. Li Qing's is such an opponent, but after all, his position and style are different from mine, so he doesn't stimulate me much. You are different, don't let me down. I only want to win the league championship now. Shinryu Fei replied. Yes, I only think about this now. We have to get back what we lost. Lu Xiaoshan nodded heavily. For Zheng, their only goal this season is the league championship. Of course, there is also that cup championship. The league and cup double championship is their goal this year. What they lost last year, they must get back this year. If there is no such mentality and unyielding spirit, with the owners they've won before, this team would have lost its enterprising spirit long ago. But they have not lost their enterprising spirit yet, because they have a captain who never admits defeat, Wen Xiang who always supports the captain, and they have a powerful opponent, Team Head, who will be caught up if they slack off a little. Just like being a person, one cannot live without one's own efforts, the support of friends, and the spur of opponents. The same is true for teams. So Zheng Qi has been popular for so many years, and they will continue to be popular because they are not satisfied and are eager. Fifan is also not satisfied and is eager. Although it is a very glorious thing for a newly established team to make it to the finals in one go, for them, this is just the beginning. The next finals are the most critical time. In the 7 games, the professional teams are the ones who can make it to the end. There are 4 divisions, and only one team in each division can last to the end. 31 of the 32 teams in each division are destined to be disappointed. This is cruel, but this is competition. Without such a cruel competition system, competition cannot have confrontation and attraction. Competition is not a dinner party, not embroidery, and cannot be gentle, respectful and modest. Competition is competition, elimination, and a confrontation of will and spirit. Only those who stand at the end are the real strong ones. In this world, there is no such thing as glory in defeat. Winning is winning, and losing is losing. Not only must you defeat yourself, but you must also defeat your opponent. August 25th came quickly. This day was a day of judgment for the 128 teams that qualified for the finals. Although it was not as serious as the Judgment Day of the Terminator, all the teams were praying that they would be assigned to a division with fewer strong teams, so that they could more easily win the championship. The teams were not divided into different levels, and all the teams were mixed together to draw lots. Whatever position they were drawn to, they were in that position, and whatever division they were drawn to, they were in that division. Although this seemed unscientific, this was how amateur leagues were, and they relied not only on strength but also on luck. So nervous, so nervous. Leader Rui kept muttering, and his teammates around him began to roll their eyes. Can you be a little more promising? With so many strong players like us, isn't it normal to want to win the championship? No matter what team it is, we will beat them. Wang Yuanfen said confidently. Mr. Wang, can you pay to dig out those teams? Leader Rui said. Get lost, I won't do such a useless thing. Wang Yuanfen said. The others laughed, which also diluted some of the tense atmosphere. Kang, Yun, Jinping, Ayan, Xianzhu, Hen Guang, Finger Yang, Su Jing muttered silently in her heart. These 13 former professional teams are the opponents that Fifan needs to pay the most attention to. This is because Boat was eliminated by Fifan in the middle of the game, and Zheng, who was also a relegated team, was eliminated by Kang. Otherwise, there would be 15 teams. However, 13 teams are enough. From a probability perspective, there are at least 3 teams in each division on average, so the competition is certainly fierce enough. The most extreme situation is that all the 13 former professional teams are concentrated in one division. This is of course a very rare situation. After all, even if it is calculated, the probability is too small. However, in theory, it is possible to achieve it. 128 teams, all members, including their fans, are now nervously looking forward to the announcement of the group results. There are 4 divisions, 8 groups in each division, regardless of grade, and they are drawn one by one until all 32 groups are filled. So it is actually very simple and quick to draw. On the broadcast screen, the figure of the leader of the league committee soon appeared. This leader may not be familiar to many viewers, but professional players will not feel any strangeness about him. In theory, this leader has great power, but in reality, the league organizing committee is a service system, that is, a big housekeeper, and does not have much control over the clubs. However, at this time, he holds the fate of these teams in his hands. The leader did not say much nonsense, but after a few words, he began to draw lots. It is actually very troublesome to draw 128 teams. Each group draws a team first, and then draws the next group, and so on. So the suspense can basically be maintained until the end. When the first group of the second competition area was drawn, Fifan's name appeared on the note in the leader's hand. Oh, it came out so quickly, we can only focus on this area next. Zheng Qi said happily. Such happiness obviously seems a bit inexplicable. After all, this is not something worth being happy about. But it is much better than having to analyze more things. So everyone watched patiently and saw that the first team of the second group, the third group, and the fourth group all picked out an amateur team. The next moment, the boss picked out the first team of the fifth group. Sky. He glanced at the note and said calmly. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Chapter 329. Do you want to continue the cooperation? The air froze for only a moment, and then all the extraordinary players cursed, and then rushed towards Zheng Qi and beat him up. Hey, why are you hitting me? I didn't say that I would draw a few strong teams this time to make it exciting. Zheng Qi said while protecting his face. What's the point of protecting your face at this time? It's just the system appearance anyway. Zheng couldn't help but say. Yes. Zheng Qi let go of his hand and let others beat him to vent their anger. What on earth are you going to do? I made you so happy just now, what's there to be happy about? Zheng Qi said while punching and kicking. Now it's good, you have met the strongest opponent, right? As a scientist, you can't be so idealistic. Zheng Qi said helplessly. Anyway, I'm just looking for a reason to beat you to vent my anger, just admit it. Zheng said with a smile. Okay, fight, but we can't have real-life PK when we eat later. Zheng Qi said. You seem to have reminded us, Zheng said. Oh, we can't fight in reality, I'm weak. Zheng Qi began to get nervous. After fighting for a while, the others stopped fighting. After all, there was no need to worry about being beaten in the game. Didn't Zheng Qi just stand up after patting the dart? In fact, it was because the teams in the second division were about to be drawn, and everyone was more concerned about this. There weren't many strong teams in the second round. Liga Rui said. Jinping and Fingyong are in other divisions. Zheng said. Let's see the third round. Zheng Qi said. Let's draw a few more strong teams to other divisions. Others began to pray. Such behavior seemed a bit stupid, but what else could be done at this time? But it was obvious that Fifan's luck seemed to have come to an end. In the third round of the draw, Hengguan was drawn to the third group of this division, which increased the number of former professional teams in the second division to 2. The fourth round of the draw was even more terrible. Yun, who was also a relegated team, was drawn to the same group as Fifan. At the same time, another former professional team was drawn in the fourth group, Kangping Yun, 2 teams that had just been relegated. Such teams are often the strongest in the Yamato League because their vitality has not been seriously damaged. Adding 2 former professional teams, this means that there are now 4 former professional teams in this group. There are 13 former professional teams, 4 in this division, and 4 in the third division. The first division has become the envy of everyone, because there are only 2 former professional teams in this division. Although it is also cruel, it is much better than having 4. This division is surprisingly relatively balanced. Originally, the 13 teams were divided into 4 groups, so there should be 3 groups of 3 teams and 1 group of 4 teams. Although it is not so balanced now, the 4 teams in 2 divisions are relatively balanced. So most teams are quite satisfied with this result. However, Fifan will definitely not be too satisfied. They are in the group of the division with the relegated team Yun. In the half of this division where they are, the third group has a former professional club team Hengguang, and the fourth group also has a former professional team. Because the divisions are fixed, basically, we can predict what teams we will encounter. With the current divisions, if Fifan performs well all the time, they will have to face Yun in the group stage, and then they may encounter 2 other professional teams in the knockout stage, and they may encounter Yun again in the semi-finals, and they are very likely to encounter Kang in the finals. This may not seem like a big deal, but considering that there are only 7 games at most, Fifan will most likely encounter former professional teams in 4 of them, which is a bit too high. This situation is extremely troublesome for any team, let alone the inexperienced Fifan. The schedule is not very good. Although we made it to the semi-finals that time, we actually only encountered the team that eliminated us in the group stage. Wang Chong said truthfully. This made the others feel even more depressed, but no matter how depressed they were, since the division situation had already come out, they could only bite the bullet and go ahead. The next game will be very difficult, but it will also be a test for us. Kangping is the biggest favorite in this amateur competition. Fortunately, we will at least be in the finals when we meet them. Before that, we will accumulate enough experience through the previous games. Let's work hard. If we can pass this level this year, then there will be no environment that makes us feel scared and daunted in the professional arena next year. Butler Meng's words were simple, but they quickly inspired everyone's fighting spirit. And next he will focus on studying several possible opponents, which is his job. The other 4 professional teams in the second division are also in a bad mood. Although professional teams such as Yun are somewhat cautious about Fifan, they still think that the biggest opponent is Kangping. Kangping's elimination of Chunxing is too surprising. As a relegated team, the loss of personnel is not much. However, in that game, Kangping has a great advantage and eliminated Chunxing almost without suspense. This makes many people realize that when a team like Kangping returns to its previous state and has Fu Lady, a player with a god-level account, and others compete around him, how strong it can show. This is what scares other clubs the most. After all, the overall strength is similar. Canton may be better because they have just been relegated and have not lost their vitality. However, it is impossible for other clubs to have a god-level player. Although Philae's operation level is still a certain distance away from the god-level players, he is at least a half-step god-level player in the description of fairy tales. In the Yamato League, no one can be better than him. In addition, there is no problem with the cooperation between others and Philae. When playing around him, Canton's advantage is really too great. Even if such strength is nothing in the first-class league, it is very scary in the Yamato League. What they don't know is that Canton is actually depressed now. Not because of anything else, but because they are in the same division with Fifun. The competition system of the Yamato League means that there is only one winner in a division, which means that Canton will definitely become an endless rival with Fifun. It doesn't matter if they're opponents. After all, this is the rule. No one will have personal grudges. However, under such circumstances, can the cooperation between their clubs continue? This is not only a concern for Canton and Fifun, but also for Zheng Qi and Haitian. As competitors, the competition is not only on the field, but also off the field. They were able to cooperate with each other without any problems before, because there was no conflict of interest between them. But in the next period of time, will they have no knots after the conflict of interest? Even if there is no problem between the top management, will there be no conflict between the players? Zheng Qi and Haitian certainly do not want the Four Pests Alliance to have any problems. Only by uniting can they compete with a large guild like Changfeng. If they are separated, not to mention the super team, even the guild alliance of the first-class team can easily deal with them. In this case, how can they not worry? However, they have no way to reconcile the two sides. The most important thing for any club is to be promoted to a higher level or to impact the honor. Under this premise, everything else is secondary. Canton wants to be upgraded. They have just been relegated. If they don't get promoted quickly, their popularity will be lost more, and next year may be much weaker than this year. Fifun also needs to upgrade. Although they don't have the problem of losing popularity, for any new team, it is of course best to make a strong start. If they drag it out for a year or two, their spirit will be gone, and it will be difficult to rush forward. In short, no matter what, no one will miss the opportunity to upgrade. No one knows what will happen next. When there is a chance to upgrade, do they have to wait another year on purpose? For such a matter, both Fifun and Canton have thought about it as much as they did. Is it good or bad to separate now? When they met the next day, Zheng Qi asked Philae directly. Philae was silent. Of course, he knew that if they separated, it would not be good for anyone. However, there was an opinion in the Canton team that if they separated, Canton would at least have a stronger foundation and could withstand the turmoil, but Fifun might not be able to do so. The two sides had cooperated for so long, and Canton would naturally not look down on Fifun like other clubs. Not to mention anything else, they knew that Fifun played against Changfeng almost every day, although they could not see the specific situation of Fifun and Changfeng playing against each other. With Changfeng's level, he would be willing to play friendly matches with Fifun all the time. Doesn't that explain the problem? No one is a fool. Fifun can do so many things, so there must be something they are good at. To what extent they can be good, the people in Canton don't know, but they are very clear about the potential of this team. Although Fifun's potential is high, it seems to be none of their business, but now they are opponents, how can they look down on Fifun? So although several former professional teams in the same district only focus on Canton, Canton's attention is on Fifun. Such a team should be weakened if it can be weakened. If they separate now, although Canton will also suffer losses, Fifun's losses will be greater. This is the reason why you don't need to run faster than a bear, as long as you run faster than the person next to you. Philae did not agree with this reasoning, but there were still many voices like this in the team, so he could only remain silent now. Well, okay, I seem to understand something. Zheng Qi laughed. No, I don't think it's right to do this. Philae looked up, and he finally figured something out at this moment. Competition is competition, cooperation is cooperation, not to mention that we have to wait for the last game to meet, right? Philae said. Yeah, in fact, even if we continue to cooperate, it won't affect anything. The competition between us is just the last game. Zheng Qi laughed. Kim Wenming and Ria Qianlei breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Chapter 330 I can't hold on any longer. Philae certainly didn't make this decision on his own. In fact, within Canton, although there are voices that strongly disagree with Fifun to continue cooperating and weaken the opponent's strength, he, head coach Zhu Shan, and several outstanding young players do not agree with this approach. For example, a young player who recently became a main player in Kanken said, "Even if we don't cooperate, how much can we weaken their strength? If we have to rely on this method to rush into the professional arena, then what will we really have in the professional arena?" This player is named Zheng Qi, who only joined the Kanken first team at the beginning of this year. He is not old, but he has been in the mid zone for 2 years. He used to be an amateur player with a good operating level and a good character, but there is still some gap between him and professional players. Kanken lost some of its main players during the transfer period, so in addition to promoting players from the youth team, it also selected some players with a certain level from the guild, and Zheng Qi is one of them. Originally, Kanken was considered a substitute, but soon, he played in the game through his performance. Although he was not a genius, he was experienced, strong-willed, and a good defender. Unfortunately, Kanken's biggest loss was the defense line, so he gradually became the main force. In theory, after the team coach, the captain and core of the first team, and the promising rookie showed the same opinion, the opinions of others would no longer be important. Unfortunately, Kanken's boss seemed to agree with another opinion. Now, Fulay decided to stick to his attitude and talk to the boss. For the long-term sake of Kanken, he must not fall out with Fifan and stop cooperating. You know, after falling out, it is almost impossible to get such a partner. If such a partner is easy to find, then why is it that only Kanken, Fifan, Haitian Zheng has formed an alliance so far? It is because it is really difficult to form such an alliance. If it is really simple, other clubs would have united long ago. After making this decision, Fulay suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. So in the following day, the Four Pests Alliance continued their previous monster grabbing business and achieved good results. They grabbed 18 monsters that day. Although not as many as at their peak, it was the best result recently. The members of Kanken didn't have any special ideas. Although many of them noticed that Kanken and Fifan were grouped together, they didn't think too much about it. Professional players basically don't have much autonomy, and the club's decision has nothing to do with them. It's just that for them, if the alliance can continue to maintain it, it will be good for everyone. After all, during this period of time, they can be said to be very proud of grabbing monsters, and the number of bosses they've obtained is much more than before. Although they definitely don't have a share of the legendary materials dropped by the boss, they have to provide them to the club first. Even if the club has extra materials, it will not be given to ordinary players. However, many players also need red and orange equipment. In this case, they will certainly have a greater demand. If it were in the past, it would not be so easy for them to get red and orange equipment. After all, there are too many people in a guild, and if the number of materials is limited, they can only be allocated first. Fulay also felt this emotion, which made him more determined. "Boss, I suggest that we should not stop cooperating with Fifan. After all, if we cooperate with them, even if we fail to enter the professional arena this time, we will be able to continue to gain more development and benefits in the future. If we stop cooperating with them, even if we enter the professional arena, our competition in the mid-zone will be the same as before, and we will no longer have any competitiveness in the mid-zone." Fulay went straight to the boss of Kanken and said to him seriously, "I know this truth." The boss smiled bigly. "But you know, for us, if we don't succeed this season, there will be no next season." Fulay was stunned. "Our current finances are already in big problems. Such a big rack can't be supported by the income from the amateur league. To be honest, I am very curious about how Fifan does it. Although their ticket revenue is higher than ours, it is not much higher. However, their current scale is no smaller than ours." The boss continued to smile bigly. Fulay was silent. He was just a player. He really didn't know how to get involved in this matter. "My financial resources are limited. You should know this. If it weren't for my limited financial resources, I wouldn't have terminated the contract with you at the time. After so many years, I haven't been able to enter the Super League. I can't support it anymore." The boss spread his hands helplessly. "If I can return to the professional arena this year, I will also work hard to enter the Super League next year. If I can enter, Kanken will be glorious. If I can't enter, I will consider selling it." "Is it so serious?" Fulay was stunned. "Yes, I have supported it for so many years, and I am really tired. If I don't enter the Super League, the club will be a bottomless pit. Only if I enter the Super League, the club can become a cash cow. I'm not doing it for money, but now I'm almost out of money. I'm sorry, boss, I used to complain about some of your actions." Fulay said a little at a loss. "Don't say these words. I still value the opinions of you guys, so let's continue to cooperate. Let's work together and strive to support the team. The boss waved his hand a little tiredly. Fulay nodded. Since the boss has made the decision, it would be the best. At worst, he could work harder in the competition and strive to get the qualification to advance. If he could advance, the team would be more attractive. He could even discuss with Zheng Qi and the others to see if they could transfer over and strive to rush to the super competition together. Although the possibility was very small, how could he know if he could succeed if he didn't try at the time? After thinking about it carefully, Fulay felt that Kang Kong was not without a chance. It all depended on the next results. Not separating from Fifan and the others was out of public interest, and in the future, Fifan would also become the biggest opponent for him and Kang Kong. I didn't expect the boss to support me for so long. No wonder he made so many stupid moves last year. I guess he was under a lot of pressure. After hearing Fulay's retelling, Zhu Shan was silent for a while, and then said with a sigh. Yeah, we didn't know how much pressure there was, and it was inevitable that he would make some mistakes on his own. Fulay clenched his fists. So no matter how good Fifan is, we must win. Zheng Qi and the others are all very good guys, but unfortunately, they are now our opponents. We have a chance. Zhu Shan nodded affirmatively. The schedule is in our favor. There is no former professional team in our half, so we can enter the finals more easily. Fifan will face the challenges of those teams, and their strength will gradually be exposed. I looked at their list. Compared with the first half of the season, 6 people have been replaced. 5 of these 6 people are former youth players of super teams. They were eliminated by the team at the beginning of this year and then joined Fifan. Then these 5 people, their accounts must be very strong. Fulay nodded heavily. Because of the monster pooling method, you know, right? Zhu Shan asked after thinking for a while. Yes. Fulay nodded. These people's attribute points should be at least 800 points. Combined with their own operating ability, the level of this group of people alone is already terrifying. Well, I believe this, but their natural defects have not been made up. Our entire team has professional level operating standards, and their team, even if there are newcomers, even if they rent those 3 from boat, has professional standards. There are only about 10 people. A dozen people can't play in the game. Many times they still have amateur players on the field. We don't have to look down on Fifan like others, but we can't think too much of them. Zhu Shan thought for a while and said. You're right, no matter what level they are, we have to beat them. Fulay nodded. Because they still have a future, we may have no future if we lose. It's Kang Kong who has no future, not you. Don't forget that you are only about the same age as Lu Xiaoshan, and you still have at least 6 or 7 years, or even 10 years, of professional career. Zhu Shan shook his head. Comparing me with Lu Xiaoshan, you really think highly of me. Fulay couldn't help but smile bigly. Although he and I are the same age, what is his achievement and what is my achievement? Of course I'm not forcing him to compare with you, but what about Bin Xiaoqiang? He was also 25 years old before he became a main player in the club, and now he is still a god-level player. Players, as long as they don't retire, they have a chance to turn things around, and coaches, as long as they don't retire, they also have a chance to become famous. Looking at Zhu Shan, who seemed to be much younger, Fulay laughed. Yes, I can't be discouraged. Although Kang Kong may not have a future, I still have one. His feelings for Kang Kong made him reluctant to leave Kang Kong, but if Kang Kong was gone, would it be the end of the world for him? Not really. Everyone has something that they value very much, but even if these things are gone, it doesn't mean that his days are over. People always have to look forward, and giving up appropriately is also a virtue. This is what Zhu Shan wanted to tell Fulay, and it is also a spur to himself. Next, observing Fifan and playing our own games well is our task. Zhu Shan said at last. I understand, coach. Fulay answered firmly. Chapter 331 Crow's Mouth. After a 2-month break, the final round of the Yamato League officially kicked off. Although most of the attention is on the second half of the Super League, more attention is paid to how long Cheng Feng's dominance can be maintained. In the first half of the season, Cheng Feng won 10 consecutive victories in the last 10 rounds, setting a new winning streak record in the Super League. It is very difficult to create a winning streak in the football era. The previous record of 9 consecutive wins belongs to Nanguo, which was created by Meng Fifan and Chen Feng. After all, in the game mode of the football era, weak teams naturally have some advantages by holding on to a draw. Moreover, the gold content of Cheng Feng's 10 consecutive victories is very high. This includes defeating the 4 biggest opponents in the league, Tianhe, Shenhua, Nanguo and Shenfeng. Such a winning streak is obviously more valuable than winning consecutive victories against weak teams, because defeating competitors is equivalent to 6 points, which is much more valuable than 3 points. So the suspense of the league is not much now. However, Zheng Qi, which is 7 points ahead of Team Head, can win the championship in advance in how many rounds? Whether it can break the record of winning the championship 4 rounds in advance created by Nanguo at the time is also a highlight. Under such circumstances, the start of the final round of the Yamato League seems a little inconspicuous. However, the audience may not pay attention to the final round of the Yamato League, but the professional teams will pay attention to it. Although the low-level teams in the football era basically have no self-generating function, they still have the function of training players. Many young players who cannot gain a foothold in the super teams due to various factors have many deficiencies and lack of experience, but they are talented players. Super clubs have no room for them to grow, but the first-class teams and amateur teams can train them very well. Although such players rarely have the probability of coming out in the Yamato League, they are not absent. From time to time, there will be a few players who persist and achieve good results. Therefore, many clubs will pay attention to these low-level games to see if there are any available talents. After such players are favored by super clubs, they will also get good results and become a member of the Super League. The low-level clubs that train them will get money as compensation. Both parties get what they need and everyone is happy. Therefore, many clubs rely on training young players to survive. Even if they cannot enter the first division, as long as a player can perform well in the finals, it will be a good thing for him and the club. In this case, they will certainly perform better, and super clubs will pay more attention to them. The 4 divisions started at the same time. Of course, the divisions do not need to pay attention to each other, and their audiences will hardly overlap. Even if there are bored neutral fans who like to watch amateur games, they will choose to watch the games of some teams they are curious about, instead of watching all the games. However, the way each division plays is very similar to the way of the World Cup that year. The group stage will be played in batches, until the knockout stage is completed in one day, but it is also played in separate time periods. This is to give the participating teams more opportunities to observe the opponent's games. After all, many amateur teams do not have scouts, and the organizing committee must also consider giving these teams some fair choices. In Fifan's group, except for Yoon, the other 2 teams had more formal names, at least there were no weird names. After all, weird names meant that the team didn't take the game seriously and they came just for fun. Teams with a bit of ambition would probably use normal names. Ban Yuanfen disagreed. I was trying to show the team's personality. Ban Yuanfen said. The other 2 teams in the same group, one was called Yud, which was said to be a company team. The company didn't have a lot of money, but there was a strong atmosphere of football era inside the company. Their boss was also obsessed with the game, but he just liked the game itself, so he formed a team to participate in amateur competitions every year. Sometimes they did well, and sometimes they were eliminated early. They were considered semi-professional teams. The other team was called Zheng Qi. Looking at this name with a bit of a middle school atmosphere, you can tell that these people are not very old. In fact, this is a team composed of students in school. They are also organized by a group of enthusiasts, but relatively speaking, they are of higher quality and have good cooperation with each other. With some luck, they made it all the way to the finals. These 2 teams are typical final teams, except for the teams with professional configurations. The other teams are basically of this type. Then there are the former professional teams, which have fallen to the teams without professional configurations. These 3 teams form a huge middle layer in the Yamato League, and are also the biggest obstacles for teams that want to enter professional competitions. These 2 teams are more particular, so our biggest opponents are actually these 2 teams. If we defeat them, we can qualify from the group. After all, the top 2 can qualify. Butler Meng said. What about the game against Yoon? Zheng Qi asked. It depends on the schedule. If we meet them in the last round, then we can just treat the game as training. If we meet them in the first round, we can only fight them to the death. Butler Meng spread his hands. The grouping is out, but the group schedule has not yet come out, and Butler Meng can only say this. Is that so? Then I still hope to meet them in the first round, fight to the death, show our level, and let everyone know that we are going for the championship. Zheng Qi waved his fist and said. It's a very encouraging statement, but it doesn't make much sense. Butler Meng replied calmly. The others laughed wildly at the same time. Zheng Qi laughed and said, our original goal is to win the championship. You don't need to tell us that we also have such fighting spirit. Ah, I thought you would be scared by your opponents. It seems that you are as brave and fearless as me. Zheng Qi replied without changing his expression. Anyway, we will adapt to the situation. If we face Yoon first, then we must try our best to show our level. It doesn't matter even if we attract some attention. After all, no matter what, the biggest attention in this division will always be focused on Kangkong. Who makes them the biggest favorite? Butler Meng said, if we face Yoon in the last round, we will play well in the first 2 games. It is not unacceptable to qualify as the second place. Although this will make it easier for us to meet a professional team in the knockout round, it is inevitable. If we can keep a low profile for a while, then we will keep a low profile for a while. So should we be high profile or low profile? Leader Rui was a little confused. It's all the same. In the end, we are going to fight for the championship. These 7 games are the tests before we enter the professional arena. Only by passing such tests can we be qualified to become professional players. Zheng Qi waved his fist and said, well, this looks a bit like a captain. Others began to comment. You guys are not mentally prepared for professional players at all. It seems that after the professional competition, you will all have to fire them and replace them with a new batch of people. Zheng Qi said to himself. He was greeted by a group of middle fingers. Although this seems a bit inappropriate even if it is said as a joke, the Fifan players did not feel that worried. Needless to say, the shareholders, the Boat Trio is on loan anyway, they don't have to worry about their future. Even the 5 Chinchuans, they know that this is not a threat from Zheng Qi. If they can perform well, at least next year, Fifan will try to keep them, not that they have nowhere to go. So the so-called threat is just a joke. I'm looking forward to what this mess of guys will look like when they appear in the professional arena. Lu Li said to Su Jing optimistically in private. It's still very difficult. Although we have enough tacit understanding among our players and many strong players, the football era game cannot rely on this alone, and the 2 ways of playing that Uncle Meng mentioned are also because he is unsure. Both methods have their own advantages and disadvantages, so we can only leave it to fate. Su Jing was not so optimistic. At least we have a good foundation, right? Lu Li was very optimistic. Even if we can't make it this year, we will always have a chance next year or the year after. That's right, even if there is a problem with the funds, I can still find a company to contact interested sponsors, although my father said that we have to enter the professional arena before sponsoring us. As long as I go to him, I can still find an opportunity. Su Jing also smiled. I'm a little surprised. What's wrong with us being low-key and getting the second place to qualify? When we meet the professional team in the knockout round, we will show all our strength and scare them. Lu Li asked. Because our team is too young, if our team is mature, we can use this method. Even if we lose the first game against Yoon, it's okay. But in fact, our team is young and can't be organized so well in terms of mentality. Things that are good in theory may not have such good effects in practice. The best way is to fully play all the way and make better use of our youth and vigor. Su Jing said. So that's how it is. Lu Li nodded. So if we play against Yoon in the last round, even if we lose, it won't affect anything if we qualify in advance. If we lose in the first round, it may have a great impact on our performance. That's the reason. Now we can only hope that there will be a good result when the schedule comes out tomorrow. The last round against Yoon, Su Jing said. Soon, Su Jing found that he also had a talent for crow's mouth. When the schedule came out the next day, in this group, Fifan was the first round against Yoon. Chapter 332. Cloud and Mist Plan. After the group schedule came out, the wrinkles on Butler Meng's face seemed to increase. There were actually only 3 days from the schedule to the start of the game. Fortunately, Butler Meng had already collected a lot of information about Yoon, and the strength of a team that had just been relegated would basically not change. The same was true for Yoon. After they were relegated, some of the main players in the team left, but they did not have any particularly outstanding players, and they relied on overall performance to compete. This approach made them suffer in the A-level league. Average strength means that they do not have outstanding players. It seems to be a good choice to play as a whole, but in fact it means that when the game is entangled, it is difficult for them to get a decisive opportunity. In fact, this is also that case. Last season in the A-level league, they did not lose a lot, but too many draws and few wins prevented them from getting enough points, and they were eventually relegated. They have been relegated for several years, but after Shi Ji and Bo, the only slightly better player before, retired, it became very difficult for them to stay in the league. They barely persisted for a year and finally relegated. But no matter what, they are also a veteran first-class team, and they have been relegated every year, and their fans have a strong psychological tolerance, so after the relegation, they were not affected too much, and their boss's financial resources were still good. Although it was not a very powerful consortium, it was no problem to support a club, so they were not very worried about their future. Being in the same division with Kangping was a big blow to them, but Yoon was eager to compete with Kangping for this spot. They had a way out, but Kangping did not, which allowed them to deal with the game with a more relaxed mentality. For Yoon, this relegation was also an opportunity to rise. After the relegation, they left some of their players, and the head coach also resigned. Under such circumstances, they invited back the famous General Shi Jianbo who had retired not long ago to serve as the coach, and promoted some players from the youth team. The most important thing was that Shi Jianbo brought a young man named Kiao, who had a very good level and role attributes. This was a grassroots player that Shi Jianbo found in the mythology zone before he retired. Kiao was only 18 years old at the time, but he had been in the mythology zone for 2 years. He did not join any guild and was just a lone ranger. There were many such players. Most of them became lone rangers in search of excitement. They hid their bodies in the venues where the big guilds competed for the boss by using various environmental shields and switching skills. They seized the opportunity to grab some materials and ran away. Although it was very difficult to do this, they never tired of it. It was of course almost impossible to avoid the attention of so many people on the other side and snatch the materials. However, there were always people who would do this. This also caused the major guilds to immediately focus on the lone players before competing for the boss, no matter who they were. Under such a consensus, there were fewer and fewer individual players who fished in troubled waters, but there were also many people who thought this was very interesting. Even if they were always easily killed, they would keep doing it. Obviously, such people have quirks. They wear ragged equipment and never tire of dying, leveling up, dying in this cycle. Even if they're killed, they will not be depressed. Anyway, there is no substantial loss in dying. They will get used to it after a while. Experience can be regained after a while of training. They are idle anyway. For such players, all guilds basically hate them, because they can't cause any substantial damage, but they will make you very annoying. When Shi Jianbo found Kiao was such a guy. Shi Jianbo actually didn't like this kind of player, but Kiao's performance made him bright. These troublemakers are often not really for grabbing some legendary materials, because in the case of being surrounded by the opponent, even if you are lucky enough to grab it, you can't run away, but they regard this kind of thing as a difficulty to overcome, just like pushing a copy, how far they can advance and how close they can be to the final goal, all the purposes of their competition. Kiao's performance was not very good, but the way he used various terrains and the blind spots of the opponent's vision to move made Shi Jianbo feel that this kid was a talented guy. What happened next was very cliché. Shi Jianbo, who was close to retirement, had a lot of time. He followed and observed Kiao for a whole month, examined him thoroughly, and then appeared in front of Kiao, saying that he would teach him to become a professional player. The pie that falls from the sky may be poisonous. This is basically known to everyone now, so Kiao expressed his disbelief very normally, and then prepared to run away. What happened next was very logical. Although Shi Jianbo was not a god-level player in the top league, he was also a good player in the A-level league. He easily taught Kiao a lesson several times. After chasing Kiao and killing him countless times, Kiao finally realized that the opponent might really be a top player. So, Kiao, who didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was, but was very eager to play in the professional arena, began to learn from Shi Jianbo. Shi Jianbo even asked him to create a new account, and he also created a new account to guide him, so that Kiao was lucky enough to create a professional account with more than 700 points. After returning to Yoon, Shi Jianbo also brought Kiao back. As a Class A team, Yoon didn't have many good players, and Shi Jianbo had been the captain and core of Yoon for 10 years. His prestige would not decrease because of leaving for 1 or 2 years. When relegated, a legendary player returned as the head coach, which could also well unite the morale of the team. Shi Jianbo has been learning to be a coach for more than a year. Although this time is not enough and he lacks experience, his identity alone is enough to make the whole team convinced of him, and then unite to participate in the competition together. This is sometimes more important than excellent command ability, especially when Yoon is in a relatively chaotic situation. So he quickly made Kiao the core of the team, adopting a similar tactic as before but adding a core-breaking tactic. Kiao is an assassin-type player. He may not be very noticeable on the court most of the time, but he will appear at the critical moment and open up the situation of the whole game. He only likes PK and killing, and is very poor in scoring ability, but as long as he can solve the opponent's important players or disrupt the opponent's formation, then the next thing does not need to be done. Such a player is indeed very suitable to be the core. Maybe he can't bring the team to a certain height, but in amateur competitions, he is quite important. Shi Jianbo did not want to make Qiao a secret weapon. Such a player can't cover up his brilliance and can't preserve his strength. What he wants is to let him show his strength, let the whole team surround him, and then keep moving forward. This is an open plot, not a conspiracy. Shi Jianbo believes that even if others know that Yoon has adopted this tactic, they can only fight Yoon face to face. A young man like Qiao can indeed be a core player. Although his characteristics are not very compatible with other players, he can be an assassin in the dark night, wandering outside the formation and making a one-shot kill at a critical moment. This not only avoids the defects that he is not familiar with others, but also can fully bring out his characteristics. At the same time, if he dies in the game, it will not have much impact on others. A core player who can die at any time, but cannot affect the overall level when dying, is of course a player who can be used for a long time. If Yoon becomes stronger in the future, Qiao can also transfer to a second support point outside the system. There will be no problem, because he originally does this. Such a plug-and-play core can also be upgraded. Finding such a person is not in vain for Shi Jianbo's hard work and training for more than a year. And along the way of the qualifiers, this set of play has also proved its feasibility. It is enough for amateur competitions. Shi Jianbo knew that Yoon's set of play had been exposed early, but he didn't care. Yoon's current situation gave him enough confidence to make a long-term plan. They have no shortage of money, and the support of fans has not declined. Of course, it would be best if they can return to the A-level arena this year. If they can't return to the A-level arena, as long as they have an outstanding performance in the finals and let other players have some confidence in Yoon, they can still attract many eliminated professional players next year. After all, there are many eliminated professional players every year. Some directly join the club guild, and most of them will go to lower level leagues to find teams. Even if they look for teams, they have to look for teams that look promising, rather than former professional teams that have not changed but have declined. We have to use good performance to win to the finals, do you understand? In the finals, we have to perform well in the game against Kangkong. This is related to our future development and our ambitions. In the group stage, I want to win all the games and challenge Kangkong. Shi Jianbo said in high spirits in the team. Our opponent in the first game doesn't seem to be bad either. The assistant coach reminded Shi Jianbo. It's not bad, but overall, we still have an advantage. This is still a good test for us. Shi Jianbo replied. Fifan's performance in the qualifiers was indeed impressive enough. After all, they eliminated Boat. Poor Boat has now become a negative example for many teams. Chapter 333. Different paths to the same destination. Although Shi Jianbo is a novice coach, as the core of a perennial relegation team like Yoon, he is of course used to paying attention to all the details and accumulating advantages bit by bit. For a small team, if they don't do this, they can't stay in the league. He was used to this when he was a player, and now as a coach, he has retained this style, so although his eyes are mainly on Kangkong, he does not look down on Fifan at all. Fifan has a lot of overall flaws, but the completeness of this team is enough to prove that it should not be difficult for them to make up for it. In fact, the list they submitted for the final game has already proved this point. They have changed a full 6 members of the first team, and among the 6 people, 5 are players who can be found and have played in the youth team of the super team. It is normal for such players to not be able to gain a foothold in the super team, but they can still find a lot of good opportunities to go to the first-class team, but they chose Fifan. Then there are only 2 choices. The first is that they're optimistic about Fifan, and the second is that Fifan has given enough money. No matter which one, it means that Fifan is not easy to play. Even if they look weak now, they will be very outstanding next time. Fifan will probably be our future opponent. Shi Jianbo said to Qiao privately. If we can't enter the A-level league this time, then in next year's amateur league, Fifan will be an opponent we can't avoid. Of course, it is also possible that we will never meet him. We have to play better in this first game, at least to make this opponent feel afraid of us. If we happen to meet him next year, it will be more advantageous for us. Of course, Shi Jianbo didn't think too much of Fifan by praising Fifan so highly. Although the opponent had 5 more youth team members from the super team, since they were eliminated by the super team, they would not be the kind of particularly outstanding talented players. Even if such players had better basic knowledge and operating level than Yoon's players, they were still inferior to Yoon's old players in terms of role and experience. Even with the addition of 5 former second-tier members, Fifen still only has about 10 players to show off. Unlike previous football matches, the football era requires 22 players to participate, not just 11 players. In this case, Yoon's advantage will not change, but it seems to be reduced compared to before. Fifen's advantage lies in the fact that they have quite a few extremely outstanding players. They may lack experience, but their talents and character attributes make Shi Jianbo jealous. If Yoon has 1 or 2 such players, let alone returning to the professional arena, he dares to think about the Super League. After all, now except for the recognized God-level players in the Super League, there is no substantial difference in the operation level of other Super League players, Class A players, or amateur players. It just depends on whether they meet the tactical needs of the professional team. Many players who were eliminated by professional teams may not necessarily be worse than those who stayed in the professional team, but because of their strength, their competitors are God-level players, or their competitors are more experienced than them, more familiar with the team than them, or even have better relationships with the God players. These are all factors. Therefore, for many teams that aspire to achieve better results, they have no problem finding professional players. After all, the 2-level league has 44 teams, which can only absorb less than 1,000 professional players. There are many players with professional operation level who were eliminated every year. It is not difficult to find such players. Fifen did not look for such players because they would rather have nothing than something bad. At the same time, they have not yet made a name for themselves in these teams. Except for the young players who played against them in District 108, other people would not have this amateur team that was established less than a year ago. Many teams have a headache, which is to find players with characteristics and talents who can play around. With such players, the level of the team can be improved to a higher level. If there are more and they can cooperate well, then they will basically be invincible in the amateur arena. After all, even among the A-level teams, there are not many teams with such players. It can be seen that Yoon is lucky because they found such a player, and he is very tolerant. However, Fifen has 3 such players. At first, everyone thought there were only 2, namely Sujing and Zheng Qi. Although An Yuanfen and Li Gurui were not weak, they were not the kind of players who could be the core. In the match against Bode, Zheng Qi also showed his level. With these 3 players, if there were more than a dozen players with professional operation level, then Fifen's team would really kill most professional teams in seconds. So Shi Jianbo felt that he understood Fifen's top management. You know, even if Fifen is not well known among most professional players now, as long as you are willing to spend money, it is not difficult to put together a team with generally professional standards. However, these professional players who are thrown here with money will naturally have the arrogance of professional players. They must be the boss when they come to the amateur team. Even if they are not the boss must be a professional player of the same level to make them convinced. This is not something they must pay attention to, but a face issue. It would be fine if other professional players were the boss, but Fifen and the other core players were amateurs and had no achievements. If this happened, the team would definitely have problems. It would be better to just play like this and prove their status in amateur competitions with their performances. Only in this way can they better introduce new players. After the finals started, there were 5 more young players from professional teams in the team, which was very telling. Only 5 more were introduced, probably because only these 5 were willing to help Zheng Qi and the others. Even if Fifen could not enter the professional arena this year, as long as Zheng Qi's core players showed their level and strength in the competition, they would be able to prove that they were qualified to be the core players in the next competition. In addition, some professional players in the team would recognize their status. If they introduced other players, the team would not be in chaos. This kind of thing cannot be done overnight, it must be done slowly. Fifen's senior management obviously had a clear understanding of this. Thinking this way, Shi Jianbo did not realize that he was actually thinking too complicated. Fifen himself had little money, and of course he could not rack his brains to put together a professional team. If they could do it, they would have done it long ago. An Yuanfen does have the financial resources, but he is unwilling to do so, which is the reason that Shi Jianbo considered. Fifen has no money to poach players, so the team is more Buddhist. If you are willing to come, then you are welcome. If you're unwilling to come or are not familiar with our club, then we will not invite you. In short, it is a matter of fate. The Bode trio is on loan, and Wang Yuanfen took the initiative to ask to join after being beaten by them. Zheng Qi and the other 5 also signed with FIFA early, and joined willingly after understanding the strength of Zheng Qi and others. Apart from this, there is no other way to recruit players. Of course, although they did not do this deliberately, they achieved the same effect. Although the team is not composed of all the professional players, the atmosphere in the team is very high, and the tactics arranged by Butlerman can also be deployed well without being resisted by the players. Don't think this is something that can be done easily. It's not difficult to do this in a Super Class A team, but it's not so easy in an amateur team. After all, players have more choices in amateur teams. After having such choices, they will treat the game in the way they think is better, instead of completely listening to the head coach. After all, if the head coach's level is not enough, he can't control people. Just like a coach with mid-level results lets a top giant. Any player in the team has won much more owners than the coach. Then, even if the players are not deliberately making trouble, they will subconsciously look down on the coach. Then, even if the coach's level is very good, he can't make this team a complete team. This is the reality. With both sides preparing intensively, the first round of this group is about to begin. To some extent, participating in this game is a better publicity for both sides, because this game has assumed the role of the opening game of this division. In the second division, the first game is the match between FIFA and Yun. The opening game is always more eye-catching than other games, and this game is no exception. For the fans at FIFA, they have increased a lot since this summer. Before, they had millions of fans, although there were hundreds of thousands of fans of Zheng Qi and Haitian. However, after watching them all the way, their feelings for FIFA also gradually increased. After all, they watched them all the way to the finals. So although they are not die-hard fans at FIFA, they also unconsciously regard FIFA as their third main team in their hearts. The biggest main team is of course Zheng Qi and Haitian, and as fans of the first-class teams, they generally have a super team as their second main team. Of course, if their first main team is promoted to Super, they will still support their first main team. Now, FIFA has become their third main team. FIFA's own 500,000 or 600,000 fans have been gradually strengthened this summer, because as time goes by, many of FIFA's guild members in District 109 have also entered the myth zone. In this way, the number of FIFA's guild members is increased by 200,000 or 300,000. Together with the original number, it can also catch up with the scale of some professional teams. As a result, the number of fans watching the opening game on the spot has set a new record. Si estás escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a Mundo Fanfic Novelas, significa lo descarga en y subir en Cinesforzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo Fanfic Novelas all encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 334. The game is about to begin. As a relegated team, Yun did not lose much popularity, at least not like Kangping, which was seriously damaged. Kangping's relegation was an accident. They were only one step away from promotion in the previous seasons, which made fans' expectations even higher. As a result, when they were ambitiously preparing for promotion, they played extremely badly and were relegated instead. This directly hit countless fans and made them decide not to pay attention to Kangping. Under such circumstances, Kangping, which had an attendance rate of nearly 2 million spectators per game in the A-level league, had a gradually declining attendance rate. When it came to the amateur competition, the attendance rate of the first round of the game was less than 600,000. Fortunately, some of their measures stabilized this decline. As Kangping won one game after another, Fulei's outstanding performance, Zhushan's return, and the elimination of Chunxin, which was also a relegated team, all restored some of Kangping's popularity. However, after a game, the audience was less than 1 million at most. For ordinary teams, such expenses are enough, but for a team like Kangping that still maintains a large number of guild alliances and professional players, it is almost certain that the income will not be enough to cover the expenses, which is why the boss of Kangping seems a little discouraged. In this regard, Yun is much better. They have always been focusing on relegation in the A-level league, and the fans' expectations are not that high. After relegation, there has not been a lot of audience. The attendance rate of each game is still above 1 million. In addition, the boss of Yun has more abundant financial resources, so they are not too worried about their future. Both sides are popular, and it is the opening game of the second zone of the finals, so this game directly attracted 3 million viewers to watch it live, and hundreds of thousands chose to watch the game through live broadcast. Such numbers made the people in the league organizing committee jealous. After all, the revenue from this game has already exceeded 30 million, and the two sides have also earned more than 10 million, which is almost catching up with the revenue of some Class A games. How can people not be jealous? However, they also know that such a situation rarely occurs in amateur games. If they really take a cut in the amateur league, it would be too stingy. In this game, we are still based on ourselves, steadily advance and break through from the midfield. Qiao, you have the greatest freedom on the field, and you know what to do, Shi Jianbo said to all the Yun players in the locker room. Qiao nodded. Of course he knew what he should do. This is also his favorite way of playing. Although this way of playing may make his role in the team always below this level, he knows that what he is good at must be done to the limit. Forcing himself to use other ways of playing is not good. When Shi Jianbo arranged the tactics in this way, he also sighed. It's a pity. If there is another player who can defend the midfield and serve as the core in the team, wouldn't the level of Yun be higher? This kind of playing style with an outstanding player outside the overall team is not rare. Many professional teams have such a player, but they are basically used as a change of tactics, rather than focusing on him as the core, because such a player is destined to only play as a side drum, and cannot be expected to be the core, just like the football of the past. If there is a player in the team who is particularly good at free kicks, but not in other aspects, you can probably only send him to the field to score goals with free kicks at critical moments. If you let him play as a main player, it is often equivalent to playing one less player on the field. How can you play like this? Of course, in the football era, such a player is outside the main team, and the impact is not that big, so it is so popular. When the players of Yun were ready to set off, the extraordinary players were also ready to set off. Don't try to hide your strength, there's nothing to hide about our strength. In short, there are so many people taking turns to play. Each of you has your own strengths. The training during this period also allows you to find the right partners. This is very important. Pay attention to the positions of your teammates on the court and follow my instructions. In this game, we must use all our strength to defeat them and let everyone know what level we are at. Butler Meng didn't shout out his words very hard. He just described the facts in a very ordinary way. However, such words were enough to ignite the passion in the hearts of the extraordinary players. Because there are many guys in the extraordinary team who were absolutely confident in themselves. The players from both sides appeared. Fifen has many good players now, so of course he doesn't need to send all of them to the field. However, Fifen has a problem now that there are too many attackers and fewer players responsible for defense. The ones who are good at defense are nothing more than Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi, and Qingquan is a jack of all trades who can do everything. However, there are a lot of core players who are good at defense and organization, such as Zheng Qi, Chaos Mad Knife, Nioliwa, Zhu, Su Jin, Cheng Zhao, Wang Chong, Wang Yuanfen. In this case, Meng Yongjie doesn't want to fix a few lineups, because fixed lineups mean that they are more likely to be targeted, so in addition to the backcourt, he sent a combination of Zheng Qi, Cheng Zhao, Zhu, Nioliwa, Su Jin and Wang Yuanfen to the front court. This combination is a mixed combination, but there are players who are good at catching opportunities, assisting in scheduling, interfering, damaging opponents in a large area, advancing quickly, and attacking with strong force, which can be said to be varied. Of course, just because players with characteristics are together does not mean that all their characteristics can be brought into play. Everyone else was a little worried about this, but Butler Meng didn't seem to care. The map is Guandu. Looking at the gradually revealed map, Butler Meng sighed. As one of the most famous battles in Chinese history, the map of the Battle of Guandu is of course quite famous. Although amateur competitions often use simple and straightforward maps, it is now the finals, so it is normal to have such a complex map. Because the teams that enter the finals are basically aiming for next year's professional competitions, and the maps of professional competitions are basically such complex maps. If they can't pass such a test now, they will be sent to the professional arena. Of course, the Battle of Guandu is also a large-scale dungeon map in the myth area, second only to the 7 dungeons of mythology. It naturally looks much larger in the competition, so the Battle of Guandu is split into several small maps, such as Yanjin, Beima, Wakao and other places. The map that appears now is just the general name of the Battle of Guandu. It depends on what the specific map is. Yanjin and Beima are bounded by rivers and hillsides, but Wakao is not, but there are dots of fire everywhere as random damage factors. When the map finally appeared, Steward Meng breathed a sigh of relief. It was not the white horse of Yanjin, nor was it Wakao, but Kao's main camp. There was nothing much to say about Kao's main camp. Although there were deer horn barriers everywhere that could cause damage, they were dead objects. Only by bumping into them would you lose physical energy. Just be careful not to let others take advantage of the terrain. However, there were two possibilities for Kao's main camp. The first was in normal state, in which case there was only the obstacle of terrain. If it was the second one, the occasional attacks of Yuan Jin's elite cavalry and the occasional rain of arrows fired by Cao Jin's archers, if one was not careful, the whole army might be wiped out. I hope it's not the second one, we still lack experience, Steward Meng thought to himself. For Yun, they were not lacking in such experience. After all, such maps often appeared in professional competitions. For Yun, most of whom were professional players, the second situation was of course much more beneficial to them. This was also a test for Fifan. When the players from both sides entered the field, millions of spectators around the field cheered at the same time. Fifan's audience expected them to create miracles, while Yun's audience hoped they would have a good start. Such different mentalities seem to illustrate the status of both sides. Of course, after the continuous tests in the finals, most of the Fifan audience have already regarded Fifan as their home team. They are basically newcomers and have a vague concept of the home team, but feelings need to be cultivated. After watching so many games, they will gradually build such feelings. So although they know that the opponent is very strong and do not have much hope for Fifan's victory, their expectations for Fifan are quite simple. If they can win again, they will win again, and if they can go further, they will go further. Even if they can't enter the professional arena this year, it's not a big deal. After all, we can come again next year. It is of course a blessing for any club to have such a group of audiences. These days, there are indeed not many audiences who think I love you whether I win or lose. The players of both sides did not have much intersection on the field. After all, there is no need for greetings in formal competitions. On both sides of the competition field, there is the Cao army camp on one side and the Yuan army formation on the other side. I just don't know if there will be galloping cavalry and bows and crossbows in the sky at any time. The place where the players participate in the competition is between the two. There will be antlers and Schweigstifries in the middle. When attacking, you need to bypass these things, otherwise you will be hurt. Antlers will cause toxic damage, and Schweigstifries will cause tearing damage. Both types of damage will have the effect of continuous blood loss, but the blood loss time of antlers is long, and the blood loss damage of Schweigstifries is large. Once such damage is suffered, it will be a great pressure on the auxiliary players of both sides. After the opening, attack separately and give full play to our personal abilities in groups. Meng Yongjie said in the team channel. Don't divide the troops arbitrarily after the opening, move forward together. We are the first to attack. If we encounter obstacles, we will bypass them, but don't divide the troops too much. Shi Jianbo said in the team channel. Chapter 335. It is certain the first to get the kickoff right was Yun. After passing the ball, their main force began to move forward. On such a field, the view was severely blocked. After all, the road was full of antlers and barricades. In theory, these things could not completely block the view. However, in the game, they could distort the view. Unless you bypass it, the area behind it could be covered. So on such a map, it is not only the skills and operating ability that are tested, but also the ability to react instantly. Sticking close to the antlers and barricades can certainly help hide your body, but once you are discovered by the opponent, you can use the knockback function to throw you in, and then you will be finished directly. In the process of rushing out, the physical value lost will make you cry. Those who dare to play like this in such a situation are generally skilled and bold. Kiadao felt that he was definitely skilled and bold. As soon as the ball was kicked off, he separated from the team. It was not because he had no organization and discipline and disrupted Shi Jianbo's tactical arrangement, because Shi Jianbo's tactics were not originally told to him. He only has one role on the field, to adapt to the situation, move around, seize the opportunity, and give the opponent a hard blow. So he always wanders around alone. Such a venue gives him such an opportunity. As long as he moves close to the antlers or the barricades, and moves faster, he may completely avoid the opponent's field of vision. This is what he did. Sticking to a deer antler, then sticking his head out to observe, no one is there, he quickly accelerates to the barricades in front of the side, and then moves forward like this again. Looking at his skillful movements, he has done a lot of such things. But it is also true that if you want to take advantage of the boss of the big guild, as a lone ranger, if you don't have such an ability, you are looking for death. The map of Guandu is very large, even if it is split up, it is still very large. Kiadao keeps moving forward and keeps hiding his figure. However, although he is moving alone, he knows the movements of his teammates because he is the core now. Shi Jianbo has been sharing the vision of his teammates with him. Of course, it is not sharing in eyes, but sharing in language, so such treatment is often only enjoyed by one player on the field. Kiao knew that his teammates had already fought with the extraordinary players who came to snipe not far ahead. The opponent had only 6 people, and they came in 2 teams, and his teammates were also divided into 2 teams. So although they had the advantage, they could not quickly kill all the opponents. In such a stalemate, other players of the opponent would quickly come to support, just surround the point and attack the reinforcements. Kiao thought to himself. He was not unfamiliar with this map. After estimating the location of the fight, he determined several places where the opponent's reinforcements might pass. The large map meant that it was difficult for the opponent to find the location of the main force of the party, so they had to disperse a little wider. After finding the main force, they would call their teammates over. Based on these aspects, they could infer the opponent's movements. Kiao was not good at other things, but he was quite experienced in this aspect. He began to speed up and move forward, because in his judgment, there would be no opponents on the way he rushed over, unless the opponent was also that kind of person who wandered around. But according to the intelligence, the opponent was basically a player who played as a whole, and it was unlikely that there would be such a mess. So he rushed forward with some recklessness, and he also firmly believed that with his vigilance, the opponent would not be able to ambush him even if he wanted to. He began to move forward quickly, and in the process of moving, he also moved close to the antlers and barricades, in order to better conceal his body. In this way, even if he encountered an opponent's player, he could better conceal his body and seize the initiative. When he was about to approach the battlefield, when he was about to bypass an antler, a person fell from the sky with a swish. This sudden situation made Kiao a little confused. What was going on? How could someone suddenly flip over his head? It's unlikely. The height of the antlers and barricades is quite high, and the jumping skills cannot cross such a height, but reality is reality. Wang Yuanfeng looked at the dazed player in front of him and muttered, the opponent actually has such a loser running around. Then he immediately rushed and knocked Kiao directly into the antlers. You actually said I'm a loser? Kiao was furious, but when he woke up, he found that he was already in the antlers. When he wanted to get out, his physical value dropped sharply. He barely rushed a distance and flew away. What's going on? Kiao asked Shi Jianbo angrily on the bench. It's not a skill effect. There are 2 people on the other side. One of them grabbed the other and threw him up. After throwing him to a certain height, he used the jumping skill, so he appeared in front of you. Shi Jianbo said helplessly. You were stunned for too long, otherwise Wang Yuanfeng's physical value would have dropped a lot. If you avoided his initial attack, you wouldn't lose. Kiao finally understood. Indeed, being thrown onto the top of the antlers and then jumping down with a jumping skill, the damage from the top of the antlers and the damage from landing at such a height alone is enough for the opponent to bear. Falling from such a high height, it is impossible to release all the strength through the body operation, and the physical value will definitely drop a lot. However, he was hit directly into the antlers by the opponent, and then was directly taken away by the damage brought by the antlers. If he had not been dazed at the time and immediately launched a counter-attack, the opponent might not be able to stop his fierce attack. It's just this time. Kiao said fiercely. He is actually a very calm player, otherwise he would not have such characteristics, but this time he was attacked by someone in turn, which made him a little unbearable. These guys are very flexible. Shi Jianbo said while looking at the field. Yun, who was advancing as a whole, was not affected after Kiao died, because Kiao had always fought alone, so even if Kiao's team avatar turned grey, it did not affect their established policy, and they continued to move forward. However, the extraordinary players were in groups of 2 or 3, constantly launching attacks and harassing everywhere, slowing down their progress. However, the audience looked a little frightened from the perspective of God. Looking down from the sky, the clouds formed a complete circle and moved forward, while the Fifan players attacked everywhere, just like a group of wolves, harassing and running away, tearing out a piece of meat from the circle one bite at a time. This method looks very cruel, but it is actually very difficult, because every time they attack, they face an opponent with an absolute advantage in numbers, and if they are not careful, they will be directly sucked in by the opponent. However, every time Fifan attacks, he rushes out using the cover of the terrain. If he can take advantage, he will take advantage. If he can't take advantage, he will quickly retreat. Even if the attack fails, he will not give the opponent a chance to suck him in. This method seems to have no effect. A young man who was watching the game turned around and said to Fulei, "Well, it doesn't have much effect, but they have fewer things to consider when attacking, so we won't be too tired." Fulei laughed. "Well, the actions of 2 or 3 people actually consume very little energy. Just take care of yourself. To keep the circle of clouds intact, you have to concentrate very much. This is a war of attrition, not to achieve any specific tactical goals." Zhu Shan nodded. "But Fifan's personal ability has improved very quickly. The operation level of these people on the field is quite good." Fulei said to Zhu Shan. "Well, they now have at least one excellent main lineup, unlike before and they only had half a set." Zhu Shan nodded in agreement. "No wonder they use this tactic. I said that they always acted collectively in the preliminaries." Zheng Qi had suddenly realized. In the past, collective action was to avoid their operational weaknesses and attribute advantages. Now dispersed action is to give full play to their personal abilities. Now it's the turn of Yun people to dare not be alone. Although everyone's operation level is similar, in terms of attributes, Fifan people have a great advantage. Zhu Shan agreed. That is to say, Fifan's tactics can be more flexible than before. When there are amateur players on the field, they can play as a whole. If all the players are at the professional level, they can disperse and fight against individuals. If this tactic is used skillfully, it will be very difficult to deal with." Fulei sighed. "Look at the previous fight. Zheng Qi and Wang Yuanfen went to deal with Qiao together. Qiao's route was fine, but it was too fine, so it seemed natural. Zheng Qi and Wang Yuanfen determined his route and gave him a surprise attack. Otherwise, in a head-on confrontation, he would at least not be killed so easily by Wang Yuanfen. In fact, even in a one-on-one situation, Wang Yuanfen is enough to entangle him. Yun is fine as a whole now, but their core is actually still a little bit worse. It is a core that wanders around, without an orthodox core as a foundation. This scattered core is useless to us, and it will not be of any use to Fifan for the time being." Zhu Shan laughed. "But Yun's overall strength is there. They will have some advantages. It depends on whether they can keep this advantage. If the score is deadlocked, then in the final stage of the game, Fifan's consumption tactics will play a huge role. Can't Yun see it?" Zheng Qi felt a little strange. What if they can see it? Do they dare to disperse their attacks? If they disperse, they will be defeated by Fifan one by one. Fulei said. "Are Fifan's people so outstanding? Will their attributes have an overwhelming advantage?" Zheng Qi still felt a little incredible. "Of course, this is certain." Fulei and Zhu Shan looked at each other and said. Chapter 336. Outdated tactics. The overall advancement of Yun did have a very good effect. Although Fifan's separate attacks and constant interference made them dare not slack off in the process of advancing, they could only concentrate on combining together to advance. Although slowly, they still pressed in front of Fifan's defense line. Although this map of Guandu has great obstacles from the beginning of the midfield, if they really want to attack the opponent's goal, then these obstacles will block the defense of the defending side. After all, with antlers and barricades everywhere, the defending side can't set up the kind of iron barrel formation to defend to the death, and can only fight on their own. In this way, the defensive force is consumed a lot invisibly. So after resisting for a few minutes, Yun finally broke through Fifan's defense line through constant substitutions, and then scored the first goal. When the goal was scored, the audience of Yun cheered. Although it seemed that the advancement along the way was very difficult, the arrival of this logical goal made them begin to feel that this would be another expected victory. Yun won the amateur competition this year in this way. The overall advancement of the professional level, coupled with a flexible Qiao's surprise attacks around to disrupt the opponent's defense line, the scene was not very good, but it was able to steadily win one victory after another. Victory depends on the overall, and the highlight and entertainment of the game depend on Qiao. This player with a strong assassin attribute can always flash his brilliance in the game, silent for a long time, one-shot kill. This cold style is appreciated by many viewers. However, the scene where Qiao is attacked and killed by him just now made the audience of Yun very dissatisfied. If it was not before the final goal, it was Qiao's surprise and almost self-exposure that took away the extraordinary Su Jing and opened the door to victory. They might be even more dissatisfied. Qiao was also dissatisfied. Although he played his role, he was unable to regain the field. However, there is still a long time for this game, so Qiao is not in a hurry. Regarding defenser, Shi Jianbo is a little embarrassed. As mentioned before, this kind of venue is actually quite unfavorable to the defending side. What is the most advantageous for the defending side? There is an open field that can concentrate all the strength of everyone and protect the goal tightly. On such terrain, the defensive forces are separated and it is difficult to form an overall defense. In fact, this is also a feature of professional games. There are few maps that allow you to concentrate all your strength on defense. After all, the characteristic of the football era game is that it is easier to defend than to attack. If you don't think more about the map, then the weak team will definitely defend every game in order to avoid relegation. This will greatly reduce the excitement of the game. When the audience is no longer interested, the professional game of the football era will also come to an end. So despite the difficulties, Shi Jianbo also knew that the key to this game is still on offense. Resist step by step, resist in batches, let them be constantly disturbed in the attack. Kiedao wanders around, finds out where their football is, and tries to destroy it in one go. Shi Jianbo commanded in the team channel, and his players quickly divided into 4 teams and began to intercept everywhere. Kiedao continued his Lone Ranger behavior, constantly wandering around, trying to find where Fifan controlled the ball, and then destroy the opponent's goal as soon as possible. Soon, the two players started a fierce confrontation in the half. Fifan did not advance collectively, but was divided into several groups to keep moving forward. Su Jing and Wang Chong, 2 pure auxiliary players, did not play, and were replaced by a group of players who were good at attacking. 2-2, 3-3, in such a small-scale conflict, the attribute advantages of Fifan players began to be fully utilized. Although they were relying on terrain blocking, the players of Yun were constantly repelled. They had to retreat, because in a head-on confrontation, Fifan players could completely hurt others with their own skills, relying on their better attribute points, and taking away more of their physical value with injuries, forcing them to retreat. If they didn't retreat, they would die. Although Su Jing and Wang Chong were not on the court, whether it was Niuliwa or Zheng Qi, they all had some recovery skills, which could be used at critical moments and could hold out for a while. Kiedao searched for a while but couldn't find that football. Instead, he ran into Zheng Qi. Kiedao took the initiative to attack and planned to kill the opponent first. He was good at bursting in a short period of time, then dealing huge damage or even killing the opponent before retreating. This was his usual tactic, because when he was a Lone Ranger in the mid-zone, if he didn't burst enough, it would be difficult to take the opponent away directly. The opponent would have a constant supply, but he didn't. So he confidently shot at Zheng Qi. 10 seconds later, Kiedao, who returned to the bench again, looked unbelievable. In just 10 seconds, Kiedao was completely beaten by Zheng Qi. Both sides played fast and fast, constantly shooting at high speed, and continuously attacking the opponent with skills and ordinary attacks. No player could continuously launch such attacks with skills, but players with excellent operation could rely on ordinary attacks to form a coherent offensive action. Kiedao was good at this. But in the same confrontation, when he saw his physical value rapidly declining, Kiedao was not worried at all. He believed that he would definitely win in the end. Although he could feel that the opponent's operation was also very accurate during the confrontation, and basically all the output was successfully output, but the frequency of output was higher. However, 10 seconds later, he fell to the street and turned into light, while the opponent was still standing there steadily. After coming to the bench, Kiedao saw that Zheng Qi did not retrieve to replenish, but raised his hand to add a recovery skill to himself, and then moved forward. After encountering 2 players from his own team, he did not retreat, but took the initiative to attack the opponent, supporting for more than 10 seconds. Fifan came over with 2 people to assist, and sent Yun and the other 2 out of the field in one breath. This person's physical fitness is so high. Kiedao thought to himself when he returned to the field. Shi Jianbo frowned tightly. His perspective was shared with Kiedao's perspective, so he did not expect how Zheng Qi could have such a big advantage. Only by watching the live video after the game could he know the specific situation. The attributes of both sides were not displayed, so he could only speculate. It was not clear how the opponent won, which made Shi Jianbo a little worried. And Yun's defense line did not hold out for too long. In this small-scale conflict of 2 against 2, Yun was completely at a disadvantage. Although their operating level was excellent, the operating level of Fifan's players was not inferior to theirs at all. At the same time, the advantage in attribute points allowed them to occupy an almost overwhelming advantage. So although the battlefield was in front of Yun's goal, it was much easier for them to replenish their manpower, but under Fifan's constant impact and pressure, they finally failed to defend their own goal. Wang Yuanfen suddenly dribbled forward and appeared in front of the opponent's goal, and then easily scored a goal. It is worth mentioning that Wang Yuanfen's shot was still a little far from the goal this time, but he seized the gap in the opponent's skills and kicked the ball in with a beautiful long shot. This kick, it's a bit like a super player. Zhu Shan couldn't help shouting. Seeing that the head coach, who was usually very calm, seemed to be a little out of control at this moment, Zheng Qi was a little surprised. "What's wrong, coach? You don't watch many Super League games, right?" Fu Lei said to Zheng Qi. "No, I watch it often. But in the Super League, it's rare to see such long shots." Zheng Qi answered in a somewhat strange way. "That's because the defending side is guarding against this. If there is no threat of long shots, they will use their skills more recklessly when defending. After all, if the skills are on cooldown, the opponent can easily score a goal with a long shot." Fu Lei answered with a smile. "Is that so?" Zheng Qi felt that this explanation was a bit wrong. Well, a few years ago, long shots were a very effective means of scoring on the field. The purpose of suppressing the attack was not to tear open the opponent's defense, but to make the opponent use more skills. Many skills could not be cancelled in time. In such a situation, it was easy to score a goal if you suddenly shot from a long distance. So there were many heavy gunners who could shoot long shots beyond the reaction speed limit. Of course, everyone had a countermeasure later, which was to add a goalkeeper to be ready to pay attention to the opponent's long-range attack at any time. In this way, this tactic gradually became outdated. So in the Super League, although few people use this tactic, everyone is still on guard, right? Zheng Qi thought for a while and asked. "Yes, but in the first class and amateur leagues, everyone is not on guard against this tactic. After all, it is not so easy to practice such a long shot. Do these extraordinary guys have such a long-range shooting ability? Then we really have to be more careful when we play." Zhu Shan nodded, and said with a serious expression. "Senior Bai Senator will not make such a mistake." Zheng Qi said confidently. Bai Senator is the goalkeeper of Kanqing and one of the veterans from last season. He was one of the few Kanqing players who performed normally last season, so he had a place to go after Kanqing was relegated. However, he still chose to renew his contract with Kanqing. Such a player is certainly trustworthy. Yes, Yun suffered a loss in this regard. This new goalkeeper is obviously not prepared for this situation at all. Zhu Shan sighed. Yun is a touchstone, which allows us to make some preparations in advance and also shortens the intelligence gap between us and Fifan. Fu Lei said with some lingering fear. Chapter 337. How high is it? Indeed, for Kanqing, what they are most worried about is not anything else, but that they have never understood Fifan. Unlike teams like Yun, who regard Kanqing as their biggest opponent, when Kanqing knew that they were in the same division as Fifan, they knew that Fifan was their biggest opponent. Because Fu Lei had been in Fifan, he knew that although Fifan seemed to have a weak foundation and many shortcomings, he had a terrible development potential. The most important thing is that even Fu Lei didn't know if Fifan had any other good players besides Zheng Qi and others. But Kanqing's strength is obvious. Although they have replaced some players, their level has not dropped significantly. At the same time, although these replaced players have professional level standards, they will not bring the same changes as the core. So Kanqing's strength is obvious, while Fifan is in the fog. If the level is similar, such a disadvantage is enough to make Kanqing very likely to lose the most crucial final. Now, thanks to the schedule, Fifan was forced to use all his strength to fight Yun in the first game, and Kanqing can also have a direct understanding of Fifan's level. Although it is impossible to know all the precise attributes of the opponent, by watching the game, they can roughly infer the level and attributes of the extraordinary players. However, even if they have been mentally prepared in advance, seeing the performance of these extraordinary players who appeared one after another in this goal, both Zhu Shan and Fu Lei couldn't help but take a breath. There are not 11 people with professional operation level, but 14 people. At the same time, looking at the advantages they showed when facing the Yun players with equal numbers, it proves that the attribute points of these guys are definitely not low. The character attribute points of Yun's players may be a little worse, but basically there is a bottom line of 700, they can't gain a foothold in the professional arena not only because of the problem of poor operation ability and attribute points, but also because they can't compete with others. Although the lower limit of the character attribute of professional players is 700 points, it does not mean that if you have a 700-point account and professional level operations, you will definitely be able to play in the professional arena. After all, the position of professional players is less than 1000. But this group of professional players with just over 700 points were beaten to a pulp by Fifan's group. The most important thing is that Zhu Shan can see that although Fifan's group has a great advantage, they are still slightly inexperienced in operation. Their skill connection and ability to fight against professional level opponents are slightly worse. Even so, they can still take advantage. How big is the advantage of these people in attribute points? 20 god level accounts. When Zhu Shan reported this number with a cold face, Zheng Qi, who was originally standing calmly beside and listening to Zhu Shan and Fu Lei chatting, shivered as if he hit the hiccups, and the drink in his hand was spilled all over the floor. Zheng Qi was also a young man who had achieved success at a young age. Although he was only in the now amateur team Canton, with his level of performance and an account with more than 700 attribute points, he would definitely be the best in the A-level arena when Canton returned to the A-level arena in the future. If he performed well and had a little more luck, he could become a new god-level player in a few years. Of course, it was difficult to do this and it depended on luck, but he still had a chance anyway. However, Fifan had 20 god-level accounts now. When did god-level accounts become common and could be played wholesale? This was impossible. Perhaps because he could see that the junior in the team was frightened, Fu Lei kindly added, "Don't worry, not all of them are at a professional level. There are probably only 14 of them. The others are just good players among ordinary players." But such comfort obviously couldn't help Zheng Qi get out of his shock. As a member of the second-tier team of Canton, he could only rely on luck to build a good account, that is, year after year, he would try to get the luck of dropping more attribute points in the new area. Fu Lei did this before, but Fu Lei's luck was always extremely bad and he never reached the professional standard. Zheng Qi and his teammates who joined the team this year were much luckier than Fu Lei. They generally spent 2 or 3 years and changed 2 or 3 accounts to create a professional account. Zheng Qi's account was particularly outstanding, so he was valued by Zhu Shan and Fu Lei. However, it was precisely because they were trying to create an account that he could not consciously brush the boss like Zheng Qi and others in the carnival. He could only go with his teammates to pick up some spoils. Therefore, although they had been in the same area as Zheng Qi, they were not familiar with Zheng Qi and others at all. I got my current account because I had been with them at the time. This group of people has an excellent set of monster pooling techniques. Fu Lei roughly explained to Zheng Qi, and Zheng Qi was relieved. So that's how it is. It's not that the world has changed, but that these people are too abnormal. However, at this moment, Zheng Qi also felt a lot of envy in his heart. How great it would be if I had a god-level account. Putting aside Zheng Qi's complicated feelings, the score on the field became more intense after it became 1-1. It's hard to defend. Shi Jianbo's field vision couldn't see the full picture of the opponent's attack. However, such a terrain was not suitable for defenser. If the team's offensive level was not brought into play, it would be like giving others a handle. Shi Jianbo knew this truth. So after the opponent scored a goal, he immediately issued an order to counterattack. It's better to score goals than to score goals. In the constant tug of war, of course his players have more psychological endurance. After all, they are more experienced. In a stalemate, they can better play their own level. What's more, in such a game, it is more important to play the advantages of the terrain than to be good at tactics. So Yun began to continue to attack. Of course they would not disperse their attacks, he had already suffered enough when they dispersed their defense just now. Qiao was still wandering around. Although he was killed by the opponent twice, he felt that this was not a setback, but it would allow him to better adapt to the opponent's level. He began to be more careful when wandering around, and he did not choose the best route. He remembered Shi Jianbo's words in his heart, "The route you think is the best can often be judged by others." In this case, it is better to choose other routes, at least so that the opponent can't guess it well. So this time he did not encounter the opponent's sneak attack, but after bypassing a piece of deer horns, he saw Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi was also running around alone this time. In fact, he was originally acting with that Chaos Mad Knight who had just come on the field, but after judging that the opponent's best forward route did not encounter Qiao, he knew that the opponent probably chose one of the next few routes, so he separated from the Chaos Mad Knight and prepared to bet on Qiao separately. Although Qiao is Yun's core player, Zheng Qi thinks that no matter whether he or Yuan Ziquan meets him, the possibility of victory is very high. The opponent is good at sudden sneak attacks and taking advantage of the opportunity, which is also what he is good at. Although Yuan Ziquan is not very good at it, his speed and reaction can enable him to deal with such attacks very well. The similarity in characteristics plus the advantage in attribute points, if Zheng Qi does not take advantage of this, he feels that he is a fool. Now that he meets Qiao, Zheng Qi does not say a word and rushes to fight him. Qiao is of course not to be outdone. He lost a little inexplicably just now, and he thinks that something must have gone wrong. This time, he will cheer up and fight the opponent well, and he will definitely not lose again. 15 seconds later. Qiao, who returned to the bench again, looked incredulous. What, did you lose again? Shi Jianbo just turned his eyes from the main force, and then found Qiao appeared beside him, and he couldn't help but be shocked. That guy, how is it possible? Qiao said a little lost. Tell me about your feelings. Shi Jianbo thought for a while and said. The skill combination is similar to mine, and the attack and calculation are more accurate. Most importantly, his attribute should be much stronger than mine, even in terms of speed. After hearing this, Shi Jianbo was even more surprised. Qiao's characteristics destined him to increase the speed attribute higher. In fact, among these 8 attributes, he has always maintained a speed of more than 100. Any higher will affect other attributes, but Zheng Qi can be faster than him. How many attribute points does Zheng Qi have? Next, join the overall attack, don't run around alone anymore. Although Shi Jianbo couldn't figure out how strong the opponent's attributes were, he also knew that Yun's usual tactics could no longer be used. Overall advancement, Qiao as a surprise soldier attacked everywhere to disrupt the opponent's formation, and through constant harassment, the opponent's overall flaws appeared. This is the core of Yun's tactics. The overall advancement is as important as Qiao's individual combat. Now Qiao was killed as soon as he went out. What's the use of this approach? It would be better to let him move with the main force, so that at least when the enemy attacks, Qiao's personal ability can respond in time and reduce the team's losses. Although Qiao is a little unwilling, he also knew that this seemed to be the only way now. Otherwise, if he kept dying, the impact on the whole team would be too great. Although doing so would prevent him from fully exerting his best characteristics, it would still allow him to be a useful member on the field. But, how high are this guy's attribute points? Chapter 338. Finals held in advance. The ball goes in. Beautiful. Qiao's breakthrough messed up Fifan's formation. At this time, their overall level was brought into play. The continuous cutting in completely tore apart Fifan's formation. Then came a wonderful goal. 2-1, Yun took the lead again. As expected of a former professional team, the overall tactics are really excellent. Fifan's attack is a bit chaotic, but it seems to be very effective. 4 or 5 groups took turns to attack, and the defense line of Yun was shaky. With too many people, other positions will have defects, and the even distribution will not be a match for Fifan's players. Where did Fifan get so many outstanding professional players? Looking at the list, they are all still young. I think I should have a new respect for Fifan. They have the strength to be compared with professional teams. Beautiful. A wonderful goal. Fifan equalized the score again. Although such a field does not seem to be very favorable or even very unfavorable for the defending side, the individual abilities and overall coordination they showed are quite outstanding. Fifan's fans cheered in the stands, while many scouts from strong teams and former professional players from other amateur leagues who were watching the game looked at each other in bewilderment. Fifan's attack just now was very beautiful. They launched attacks from 4 or 5 directions at the same time, causing the cloud formation, which was originally divided into 2 groups, to lose sight of one thing while focusing on another. When a gap appeared on one of their sides, Fifan's Zheng Qi and Chaos Mat Blade appeared at that position as if they knew there would be a gap, and then directly broke through the gate of the cloud. This offensive method seems nothing special, but in fact it contains a fact that surprised all the teams, that is, Fifan's overall offense has reached an extremely high level. In terms of perspective, no player on the field can see the whole picture. Even if you observe from a god's perspective, it is difficult to catch the fleeting gap, but Fifan caught it. Whether it is because the player's own sense of smell is too sensitive or the coach on the sidelines has excellent command, it proves that the overall offensive ability of this team is by no means an amateur team as they imagined. Uncle Ming is not only good at commanding large armies, but also very good at commanding small details. Fu Lei couldn't help but sigh. Is that the head coach? Zhu Shan's eyes fell on the sidelines. Yes, this is not a problem that can be solved by the player's sense of smell. The head coach's command is the key. Fu Lei replied. Then you must have a strong ability to infer, so that you can make a gap in the opponent's defense through a series of actions. All the details must be considered and inferred. This ability is a bit scary. Zhu Shan thought about it carefully, and then sighed. In the battle for the boss, he often commanded nearly 10,000 people, and he could do it as if he were an arm. Fu Lei said to Zhu Shan seriously. It seems that this opponent is really a bit troublesome. Zhu Shan sighed. It must be said that Fifan's performance so far has made Kangpeng feel a huge pressure. Although they have been extremely vigilant against Fifan, the level that Fifan has shown now is completely different from the preliminaries, making them begin to feel that this is really troublesome. During the qualifiers, Fifan didn't have so many professional players, and Meng Yuanjie never showed any exquisite command ability, because it was useless even if he commanded at the time. So in fact, Fifan's most dangerous time before was when he defeated Bode. The bigger factor in defeating Bode was that Zheng Qi had been hiding his strength, which made Bode suffer a loss. If he met a professional team again after that, Fifan's advantages could not be shown, and he was afraid that he would be beaten into a sit by the opponent. But then their luck got better. They didn't meet professional teams, and with the 3 players on loan to Bode, they have now survived the most difficult time. The overall level will not make a leap even next year. Now is the time to show results. When the whistle sounded at the end of the first half, the Yun players had very solemn expressions when they left the field. The Fifan players looked much more relaxed. Although it was a draw, after the confrontation in the first half, they gained much more than the opponent. Yun still has a lot of veteran players, not many new players, while Fifan is a new player, more than half of whom have never played professional games, not even amateur games. In such games, they gain confidence, courage, and experience. Although these things cannot be reflected immediately on the field, even a little improvement is enough to make the second half stand out. Moreover, in the first half of the game, they consumed less energy than the opponent. The cooperation of a few people will certainly consume much less energy, because they only need to take care of one teammate. Moreover, Fifan continued to rotate in the first half. Xinzari Lanlan and Zhao Fen and others all got the opportunity to play. Although their performance was average, they gave other players a good rest. What about Yun? Although they are also constantly rotating, they have to maintain the overall offensive during the offensive, which makes them consume much more energy. Shi Jianbo has not seen this point yet. He has not been a coach for a long time, and he has not been able to cultivate his intuition in this regard. However, such consumption will not be reflected immediately after halftime. Even the players of Yun just feel a little more tired than usual, and there will be no particularly obvious changes. Therefore, when they return to the locker room, they just took the time to rest. They have not lost confidence in the second half of the game. We need to face this opponent now. This is a very outstanding opponent. They have overall offensive strength and strong personal abilities. One-on-one, none of us can be their opponent, but in terms of overall coordination, we still have the advantage. What we have to do is to take every ball possession in offensive and score every goal. In defense, try to interfere with the opponent's offensive and destroy their offensive opportunities. Gradually accumulate advantages and deal with them patiently. This is our advantage, and we must not lose it. Shi Jianbo set the tone for the second half from the overall situation. From a tactical point of view, there is nothing wrong with him doing this. However, in terms of overall strategy, he did not see the deepest level of the arrangement of Bartolomeng. We're lucky. The map for this game is a regular map. There are no crossbows and cavalry to mess up. Bartolomeng said in the locker room. His words caused laughter from others. Indeed, if there were cavalry attacks or arrows from time to time in that barracks on both sides in the first half, the Fifan team, who lacked experience in dealing with such situations, would have been in chaos. In fact, they were indeed guarding against this at the beginning, and they were not relieved until 5 minutes after the game started. Our strategy in the first half of the game is almost complete. We need to strengthen it in the second half. When defending, we will attack in batches. Although their Kiao is now moving with the main force, it will not affect anything. In short, the stronger our harassment, the more energy they will consume. Even if they take the lead temporarily, we will win in the end. Do you understand? Fifan's players nodded one after another. Now no one questioned why they should not save their strength in the first game. If they save their strength, even if the team will not panic, it is still a bad situation to not score in the first game. Now, going all out is to win the bet. If you win this game, both your experience and confidence will be greatly improved. The next game will be a smooth journey, until you meet Kangpeng. If you lose, the situation will not be good. Fifan, who is mainly composed of young players, may feel that his strength is not enough. Even if he can qualify from the group, he will have some problems when he meets other former professional teams. Psychological weakness is not so easy to eliminate. It's just that in such a situation, you have to gamble. The situation in the first half was quite satisfactory to Bartolomeng. He is only worried about the player's psychology now. He is not worried about Zheng Qi, Yuanfen, Li Rui, and Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi has never known what fear is. Yuanfen and Li Rui are young and fearless. Although Zheng Qi is young, his identity and personality doom him to not worry about failure. As for the others, Butler Meng is not very familiar with Niaohua, but seeing her carefree temperament, she is not the kind of person who will have a headache for such things, which makes the trio more calm, because they're lone players after all. There is no need to worry about Xinzari and other players who are not at a professional level. Their performance will not affect the final result of the game. So what really worries Butler Meng is Su Jing and the 5 people of Qingchuan. Although Su Jing is calm and generous, she has never encountered such a situation before. Although Qingchuan and the other 5 are at a professional level, they also lack experience in professional competitions. At the same time, their joining Fifan is also a gamble, which is related to their future development. Because they attach too much importance to it, their mentality may also be unbalanced when a difficult situation occurs. Well, if the second half is really unbalanced, we can only choose to replace them to let them calm down. After this test, our prospects will be much better. Butler Meng thought to himself. For Fifan, even if he loses this game, he may qualify as the second place. However, in fact, Butler Meng has never thought about qualifying as the second place. Unless the schedule is the last round of the game, otherwise, if you want to compete, you have to compete for the first place, which is beneficial to the schedule and the improvement of the entire team. Even though it was only the first match, it was already an extraordinary final. Chapter 339. The test of young people. After the second half of the game started, Yoon's performance did not decline at all. Although Fifan launched an attack from the beginning, using their Wolfpack tactics, Yoon could not find their focus of their attack and could only passively take the beating. Then Qingchuan and Lin Fei teamed up to complete a beautiful breakthrough. When Zheng Qi went deep into the opponent's territory alone and attracted most of the opponent's attention, Zheng Qi's large-scale interference skills made Yoon's players unable to move smoothly for a short time. After Qingchuan received Lin Fei's long pass, he broke through Yoon's gate at close range and took the lead in the score. However, facing such a strong opponent, Yoon's state and level have been completely stimulated. Kiao was killed by Zheng Qi again and again in a one-on-one fight, so he gave up that tactic and returned to the orthodox frontal advancement. Collective attack, overall advancement, step by step, compressed the opponent's defense line, and let Fifan's players constantly interfere with them with Wolfpack tactics, but they moved forward firmly. No matter how fierce the interference was, it was like flowing water, bypassing the 2 sides of the rocks, but the rocks did not move at all. In the process of overall advancement, they hardly make any mistakes, steadily advance, and then constantly compress Fifan's activity space, so that they can only confront head-on. This approach seems very rigid and ineffective, but it is unmatched unless you can destroy the opponent's formation in such an overall impact, otherwise you can only watch the opponent suppress you step by step. So the next situation is no suspense. Yoon scored a goal and tied the score again. This goal made Yoon's fans shout wildly again, suppressing the roar of Fifan's fans. Fifan's fans are not to be outdone. They began to cheer for Fifan louder, hoping that Fifan could counter-attack again and tear open the opponent's defense line like in the first half. Their idea is very simple. Since Yoon kicked off in the first half and the score was only 2-2, then Fifan kicked off in the second half, so Fifan is the one who keeps leading. As long as we can score one more goal than the opponent at the end of the game, then we will win this game. However, Yoon became more and more courageous in the following defensa. They continued to take the initiative to attack on the basis of the overall solid defensa, with Kiao as the spearhead, and occasionally blocked a small team at Fifan. In this case, their experience began to show. After 3 losses, they were able to roughly judge which routes Fifan would attack, and then bravely gambled. Yoon was lucky. Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi, as the main attackers, got into the opponent's encirclement. Although Zheng Qi played his personal level to the fullest with the assistance of Zheng Qi, and killed 3 people including Kiao in a row, the ball was lost. The football hit by Kiao's skills before Wang Yuan was refreshed and then obtained by Yoon. The cheers of Yoon fans were earth-shaking. Although the game of football era rarely has a situation where the offenser must score, this game, this kind of venue, and the characteristics of both sides are destined to make defense a very difficult thing, while offense is relatively easy. In this case, if the opponent can be stopped from attacking once, and if the next attack can be converted into a goal, then it means that Yoon's advantage will be incomparably huge. This truth is naturally clear to everyone in Yoon. So their morale swelled up in one breath, and then they began to attack quickly. The Fifen players retreated quickly under the command of Butlermeng. Butlermeng was not in a hurry. This time was actually an accident, or to put it in a more vulgar way, Fifen was unlucky. There are 3 or 4 offensive routes they can choose, and there are suspicious soldiers on each route. In this case, Yoon can only hold the most core position, so there will not be too many people at each defensive point of Yoon, which can well play the characteristics of Fifen's outstanding personal ability. However, Yoon concentrated its forces to bet on an offensive route, and Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi just ran into it. In fact, Fifen did not suffer any loss in this fight. Although Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi died, under their counterattack and attacks from other positions, Fifen killed 5 opponents and died 3 of them, which was still a bargain. But the football was refreshed and obtained by Yoon, which was a big loss. In this case, losing the ball is not worth losing confidence, but with the psychological endurance and experience of most of the Fifen players, it will be very dangerous. Butlermeng turned his head and looked at the players around him. Fifen now has 7 people defending on the field, which is not a problem for the time being. The opponent has only 5 people and cannot put pressure on Fifen, but the opponent is accumulating strength at this moment. Once the number of people is full, they will launch a thunderous attack. Zheng Qi was talking to Zheng Qi about the previous confrontation. There was nothing wrong with their expressions. Su Jing sat quietly beside him, and there was no change in the expression on her face. Now we have to defend. To defend, we need an auxiliary core. They will constantly target such a core. Su Jing, are you sure? Butlermeng suddenly asked Su Jing. Su Jing was stunned. Now she and Wang Chong basically take turns to play. Wang Chong's operation level is better than hers, and his experience is richer than hers. However, after all, Wang Chong will leave after this year, so she will play a lot of time. But in this case, the defensor is very important this time. Shouldn't Wang Chong play? The opponent will be very familiar with Wang Chong, but not too familiar with you. This time, we need to cooperate well in defensor, and we also need to come up with some new moves from time to time. How have you learned? Butlermeng continued to ask. I have learned a little, but I need to slowly get familiar with it. Su Jing replied. Then go on the court, adapt to the situation, and pay attention to stay calm at all times. Butlermeng nodded. Don't worry, the work Jing in my name is not for nothing. Su Jing smiled. Looking at Su Jing's calm appearance, Butlermeng began to think that his previous worries were not unreasonable. But in fact, it was reasonable at least after the problem just now. Zheng Qi and others showed different degrees of panic in their emotions, whether on the court or off the court. It is normal for them to have problems with their mentality, and Butlermeng has been mentally prepared for this, so in this case, these 5 young players cannot be used. In the game, negative emotions such as panic and impatience will spread like a plague, and even if others are calm, they will be disturbed by such emotions. The players spend a lot of time together. Under such circumstances, their emotions will be easily affected by others. The collective low mood of a team is not because all of them have encountered bad things, but maybe because 1 or 2 people are not in a good mood. So after sending Su Jing, Butlermeng changed several people in succession, replacing Zheng Qi and others. Zheng Qi, Su Jing, Wang Yuanfen, Li Derui, Zheng Xu, Niao Liwa, Cheng Yizhao, Hong Jian, plus Xin Zhao Langlam, Zhao Fen and Linking Hell. This is not their strongest lineup, but it is the best lineup that Butlermeng can come up with after removing the 5 young players whose mentality is already unstable and Wang Chong whose position overlaps with Su Jing. Now we need to defend. Zheng Qi was a little dissatisfied when he left the court. Now your mentality is unstable, I need you to calm down and don't be anxious. A failed attack will not kill us immediately, but if our mentality continues to be anxious, we will not have any chance of winning this game. Butlermeng said to Zheng Qi lightly, and then turned to the other 4. I'm also talking to you, I know you're a little anxious, but young people shouldn't have this kind of anxiety. Young people are full of vitality and have unlimited possibilities, especially you now. There's no need to be anxious, because there's no need. Hearing what Butlermeng said, Zheng Qi and others were stunned at the same time. Sit down and think about it carefully. When you're playing on the court, you should put all your thoughts into the game, not think about other things. Yes, I know it's hard for people to control their thoughts and not think about random things, but when you put your energy into the game, you won't think about random things. As Butlermeng said, Zheng Qi, Lin Fei, Zhou King, Yuan Kong, and Zheng Qi sat down honestly and began to calm their minds. This is also a kind of training for myself. It is normal for young people to have complicated thoughts, but once they're on the court, they must devote all their energy. Being able to do this means that this young player has gradually matured. No matter how excellent the operation is, no matter how strong the character attributes are, it only determines your lower limit, while the upper limit of the player determines how strong his mentality is. Hearing this, Zheng Qi and his team began to think about the famous players in the club where they used to stay. Indeed, they may not necessarily have god-level attributes. For example, Yu Pen, the core player of Jianman, his attribute points are not particularly high, more than 790 points, less than 800 points, but he is still recognized as one of the god-level players, because he can fully exert his level on the court, and he is not inferior to any god-level player. Zheng Qi and his group of people already have god-level accounts, and there is actually no essential difference in operation. However, if they want to truly become god-level players, they still have a long way to go. Things like today are a huge test for them. If they can pass such a test, it means they have matured a little. If they cannot, then their maturity will be delayed. Chapter 340 Worth looking forward to. Yun launched an attack. Although they also divided their troops to attack, they did not divide into 4 or 5 teams to attack in turns like for fun. The terrain of this map eliminated the possibility of concentrating troops for defense, and they could only defend separately. In this way, the attackers would have a better chance. Fifan divided into multiple groups to attack separately, which showed his confidence in the individual abilities of his players. In fact, this was their strength. As for Yun, their advantage was the coordination and cooperation between them as a whole, so they divided their troops, but not too much. There were 2 teams and 5 or 6 routes for attack, which made them more flexible and changeable when attacking. Fifan arranged people at the intersections, and they would gather together and gradually resist after seeing the opponent. In such a situation of resistance, it was time for Su Jing to play a role. When an opponent appeared at a certain intersection, Su Jing would teleport the reserve team as soon as possible, and then stabilize the defense in this area through the blessing skills, so as to buy time for other people to come to reinforce. Once Yun fails to defeat them, they will of course change their route to attack, and they may also send a small team to attack the defensive core like Su Jing. After all, in such a defense, the role of the auxiliary core is irreplaceable. So while defending, you have to attack to grab the ball, otherwise, no matter how good the auxiliary player is, there'll always be mistakes. In the previous 3 goals, Wang Chong played twice and Su Jing played once. It was only after they were killed that the Fifan defense collapsed. Even if you know that the opponent is going to do this, you can't defend it. How long can Su Jing hold on? The Jimin Kambai has very accurate operation, but her reaction and hand speed are not fast. Speed up the rhythm of the attack and disrupt her support. Shi Jianbo said in the team channel. After playing for more than half a game, he basically saw the characteristics of the Fifan players, at least the characteristics of the opponent's 2 auxiliary cores could be judged. Wang Chong is experienced, Su Jing is accurate in operation and calm in character, but they are not the top auxiliary cores. As long as they continue to attack and increase the frequency of the attack, then disrupting the opponent's defensive rhythm will not be a big problem. Try to hold out for a while longer. Butlerman looked at his watch and thought to himself. For him, he did not expect Su Jing to hold out until the end, or until his teammates disrupted the opponent's attack and took the ball. He just wanted Su Jing to hold out for as long as possible. This kind of attack also consumes a lot of energy from the opponent. The joint attack of 4 or 5 people, how to cooperate, how to shoot, the coverage of skills and the successive responses, all consume a lot of energy. In the final analysis, the core of Butlerman's tactics so far is only one word, that is, consumption. In such a situation, it is amazing for the defensor to hold out for 5 minutes. In the previous defensor, the 3 goals lost, Fifan could only hold out for 5 to 10 minutes, and most of the time was consumed in the confrontation on the way. Now, if Su Jing can hold out for 10 minutes, then Fifan's advantage will become even greater. Concentrate on attacking for 5 minutes and concentrate on attacking for 10 minutes, the intensity of consumption is not simply doubled. But Butlerman has no idea whether Su Jing can hold out for so long. In fact, although Yun's energy consumption is also very high at the moment, their state has been completely stimulated. When they concentrate their spirits, they often perform better than usual, although they will be very tired when they are tired. See, Yun's players are now completely focused on the game. Look at their movements, they are flexible and mobile, attacking everywhere. We can only passively take the beating. Even now, we can't see where they hide the ball. If they continue to attack like this, I'm afraid our defense line won't be able to support it for too long. But don't worry, such state stimulation will put a considerable burden on their spirit. When the spirit is exhausted, the person may not realize it, but in terms of operation and reaction, he will unconsciously become much slower. At the time, it will be our chance. Of course, Butlerman would not let these young players think by themselves. To dispel their doubts and psychological pressure, it is also very useful to use his own language. It's over, it seems that they can't hold on. Zheng Qi, who has been paying attention to the situation on the field, couldn't help but say something. Yun completed a beautiful back and forth movement. They first concentrated their forces to attack the second channel on the right. When Fifan went there to intercept, Kiao led several Yun players to attack from the left. Fifan could only divide his forces to resist. At this time, the Yun players who originally attacked the right channel only left 1 or 2 people to entangle them, while the other 4 rushed from the middle at the same time. When this group of people disappeared, Butlerman had already noticed the opponent's movements, but it was difficult to determine the specific location of the opponent's attack. When the opponent's large force appeared in Su Jing's sight, there was no one around Su Jing. At this time, a large skill exploded around the 4 Yun players who were approaching. 8 formations. 8 different negative states were displayed on the 4 Yun players. Although they continued to attack, the momentum of the forward charge was unconsciously stagnated. What was needed was actually this buffer time. Leaving 1 or 2 people to resist the opponent's attack, the other Fifan players quickly retreated and dragged the 4 Yun players in a dumpling in one go. In this attack, Yun planned to go all out, so the football was brought by the 4 players who came to attack. Under the control of Su Jing's large-scale skills, the football was refreshed again, the situation on the field changed again. There were more extraordinary players left on the field at this moment. They began to disperse and look for the location of the football. Yun's players were also doing the same thing. Random refresh on such a map is actually a very troublesome thing, because your vision is often blocked by obstacles, so it is not necessarily possible to find where the football is with a lot of people. In professional games, such situations actually occur quite often. For the audience, they have a got perspective and watch a group of top-valued gods running around the field like headless flies. It is also a very interesting thing. Of course, at this time, the audience on the sidelines couldn't laugh. They were just watching the game seriously, looking forward to seeing their own players find that football first. Zheng Qi was lucky. When he went around a piece of antlers, he saw the football lying quietly not far in front of him. He accelerated and wanted to rush over, but saw a person around the antlers on the right side of the football. Kiao. Damn. Zheng Qi cursed in his heart. This situation was very unpleasant. Kiao was closer to the ball than he was. He would definitely be able to control the ball faster. Kiao was also overjoyed. He immediately pounced on the ball, but he was also uneasy at the moment, because if Zheng Qi had enough experience, he should have used a skill to throw it over and let the ball refresh, but until he got the ball, Zheng Qi did not use the skill to cover it, but quickly retreated. Return to defense, they got the ball. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Oh, at this time, a skill should be thrown over, and the ball will refresh, wouldn't everything be settled? Lin Fei on the bench couldn't help shouting. Yeah, it seems that Zheng Qi has no experience in this area. Zheng Qi couldn't help but say something. No, he knows what my tactical thinking is, so he made the most correct choice. Butlerman laughed at this moment. The others were stunned at the same time. If the ball refreshes, then everyone has to look around again. Think about it, looking around for this kind of thing, is it a brain-burning thing? Butlerman gasped with a smile. That's really a no-brainer, it's nothing more than running around, Yuan Kong replied. Then he reacted. Oh, in this case, we can't achieve the goal of consuming the opponent. That's right, if this continues, maybe the football will be refreshed until the end of the game, and the people of Yun will have a chance to rest on the field. Whether we attack or defend, their nerves will always be tense, so when they find that they can't grab the ball, they decisively choose to let the opponent take the ball and attack. Zheng Qi's choice is the best choice now. Butlerman said decisively. So that's how it is, but it's very risky. Zheng said after thinking about it. How can we gain anything without taking risks? If we continue to support, there will be no problem. As long as we can consume more of them, even if we fall behind temporarily, there will be no problem. Butlerman said in a deep voice. Then he began to look at Su Jing in the field with great interest. Su Jing's 8 diagrams just now were really used in a timely manner. When the 4 opponents disappeared, she had already started to lay out a plan, and even used herself as bait, which was very effective. Not only did she directly destroy the opponent's attack, but she also almost took away the ball. Maybe she can be a more comprehensive auxiliary core. Pure auxiliary, it's a bit of a waste. Butlerman thought to himself. The so-called pure auxiliary means concentrating on using only auxiliary skills, blessing status, restoring physical strength, transporting teammates, and so on. However, basically, the auxiliary cores in the top leagues will have at least one or two heroes responsible for attacking. How well they can match in this aspect often determines how good this player can be. This point is too important. Although An Chong is also a pure auxiliary player, when he first joined the team, he also took into account some attacks. Otherwise, pure auxiliary players are too easy to be targeted in professional games. However, after the team was relegated, in amateur games, he had to divide his energy more on commanding the whole team, so he became a pure auxiliary player. An Chong has no future. How many years can his professional career last? Su Jing is different. Although Su Jing is a bit old for a newcomer, 23 years old, is already considered a veteran, but her future is still worth looking forward to. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sin esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 341. Final kill. This attack was very difficult for Yoon. First, an attack that was sure to win was destroyed by the opponent, and Fifan almost took the ball away. Because the opponent was inexperienced and regained the ball, they became more careful in the attack, not missing any details, and constantly attacking everywhere. Even so, it took more than 10 minutes to finally break through Fifan's door. 4-3, Yoon is leading again. The cheers of Yoon fans, who were relieved, reflected how difficult it was for Yoon to score this goal. However, all the hard work is worth it. Being able to lead the game means that Yoon has seized the opportunity to grab the ball this time. Next, the mentality of Fifan's players will definitely be seriously affected, and their victory will not be a problem. What a difficult opponent. This attack lasted for 15 minutes, and it was only about 20 minutes before the end of the game. Yoon's players took turns to play, which completely stimulated their state. But, I'm so tired, the tired Yoon players didn't notice anything wrong. Now it's the final stage of the game. Such a tight push and attack will certainly consume a lot of energy. At this point in the game, they believe that the Fifan players will not be much better than them. In fact, it's not like that. When Fifan attacks, they attack separately in several groups. They don't need to worry about the coordination between them. It's enough to just listen to the command of Butlerming occasionally. There are definitely not as many things to pay attention to as the Yoon players. On such a map, Yoon is more familiar, but they have an inertial error in thinking. Although the opponents in the first-class league also have such a separate attack tactic, in general, they still rely on overall attack, and work together to exert their greatest ability. However, Fifan has an overwhelming advantage in attributes, so they can use this seemingly amateur approach to force Yoon to use a more rigorous combination. To put it bluntly, Yoon has no experience in dealing with a group of guys whose characters are stronger than themselves. Therefore, although they had already occupied a strategic advantage, they were suppressed by Fifan in the following time. Zheng Qi and the other 5 players who came back on the court began to really devote themselves to the game. Their operating level combined with their character attributes gave them an advantage in a few confrontations. After the back and forth attack, Fifan suddenly changed his previous move of attracting most of the opponent's attention first and then launching a sneak attack with a small force, and launched an attack from 5 directions at the same time. In this way, Yoon could only respond by dividing its troops and fighting and retreating. In a moment, it was divided by Fifan's people. This time, Fifan went all out to attack, not even leaving the goalkeeper. All 11 people came up to kill. Niaoiwa and Zheng Qi partnered up, one controlling and the other damaging, and tied up many of the opponent's people. The other Fifan players who had the advantage in numbers fully played their attribute advantages. With just one charge, 6 players of Yoon were sent out of the court at the same time, and Fifan easily equalized the score. Keep attacking and suppress them, the ball possession is in our favor. Shi Jianbo said with gritted teeth. The players of Yoon began to attack with great spirit. They did encounter strict resistance again at the beginning. However, after attacking the opponent's hinterland, Fifan's resistance seemed to suddenly weaken a lot. They rushed in at one breath and took the lead again. It's 5-4. It's time to win, right? A fan of Yoon asked his friends around him with lingering fear. However, good wishes are difficult to achieve. Fifan once again launched a desperate attack, advancing in multiple directions, rushing and hitting hard. Such an attack is actually not desirable. As the saying goes, hardness cannot last long. How long can they support such a rush and attack? But the players of Yoon were shocked to find that they seemed to be the ones who couldn't stand it. On the surface, their operating level has not dropped, but in terms of specific reactions, they are a little slow. Such slowness has actually been shown before, otherwise the last time Fifan attacked, it would be impossible to kill most of the players of Yoon in one breath to gain an advantage. This time it is even worse. Many of Yoon's players couldn't even fight and retreat. Facing Fifan's attack, they were accidentally killed by Fifan's players on the way back. As a result, when Yoon attacked the heartland of Yoon, there were only 2 or 3 players left on the field. Although Fifan also suffered losses in such an attack, there were still 7 players left on the field. No team would let go of such a situation and such a numerical advantage. The wide range of skills covered the defensive players of Yoon to one side. Then Zheng Qi, who was in control of the ball and attacked, quickly took the ball to the opponent's goal and easily equalized the score again. 5-5. Falling behind once, they equalized once, and each time it was easier to equalize than the last time. The audience of Yoon was about to collapse. They couldn't understand why the players who obviously had the advantage were now unable to hold on. The players of Yoon were also about to collapse. What happened to them? Shi Jianbo could see that the reason they were behind was because the players of Fifan had not lost any energy at this moment, while the players of Yoon had already begun to get tired. Shi Jianbo was not stupid, and he could understand it by thinking back. It was because his players had consumed too much energy on the field that this situation occurred. But even if he understood it, what could he do? Mental exhaustion is difficult to recover, otherwise, professional games would not basically be played once a week, and rarely 3 times a week. In the absence of physical exhaustion, there would be such a long interval between games, just to give players time to recover their energy. No matter how strong the coach is, he can't do more under such circumstances. At this time, Shi Jianbo only had one sentence echoing in his mind. It's over, we're going to lose, we're going to lose. In the final analysis, Shi Jianbo is just a novice in the coaching position. Of course, the former great players and core players of the club, when the club is in trouble, can quickly stabilize the hearts of the club members by becoming head coaches. At the same time, many core players had excellent standards and judgment when they were players, and their transfer to head coaches can be said to be mutually beneficial. The most typical example is Chen Fen, who directly transformed from a famous player to a coach. What about now? Although Nang Yuo is now being suppressed by Chen Fen and Team Head, everyone knows that this is not a problem of the coach, but a problem of Lu Xiaoxun and Li Qing's, 2 geniuses who have never appeared in the world. In fact, Chen Fen was once very good at coaching owners. He won the League Champions Cup, East Asian Champions, and World Champions. He can be regarded as a Grand Slam coach. Compared with him, whether it is Luo Qixuan or Zhu Man, or even the retired Team He legendary coach Ren Shifen, they could not compare with him for a long time. Luo Qixuan and Zhu Man have only surpassed him in coaching owners in recent years. However, not every core coach can succeed. There are many successful examples, but they are based on many failed examples. The former great players who failed in the transformation often had a tragic end. The popularity accumulated in the hearts of fans during the player period was almost consumed. There were also many former great players who eventually broke up with the club. There was no breakup during the player period and they were very happy together. Because of the sense of responsibility, they became coaches to save the team but lost their reputation. This kind of sad thing has happened many times. Of course, in the circle, we still admire these great players who are brave enough to take responsibility. Otherwise, after retiring, they will not serve as coaches, but will occasionally come out to give advice and brush up their favorability. It is a benefit without cost. Anyone can do it. What is there to admire? Only real warriors are worthy of respect. Shi Jianbo is of course a real warrior, but under such circumstances, he cannot turn the tide. Yoon's next attack was constantly interrupted by Fifan. The overall advancement requires concentration and mutual cooperation so that there will be no gaps. Yoon had done very well before, and Fifan's Wolfpack tactics could hardly find any flaws among them. They were able to appear in front of Fifan's goal in the strongest state. This time, Fifan's Wolfpack tactics did not actually improve, but the effect was much better. Yoon's players were constantly cut out and then turned into light and left the field. In this way, although they could constantly get replenishment from the back, the most embarrassing situation was that the more they advanced, the more difficult it was to replenish, and the losses would become greater and greater. This attack failed as expected. Although Qi now refreshed the location of the football before he died, they were not so lucky this time, and the football was obtained by Fifan. Attack, give them the last blow. Butler Mend gave an order in the team channel. Fifan's players responded loudly. They certainly knew the importance of this attack. There was not much time left before the end of the game. If they got this ball, it would basically mean the arrival of victory. Yoon's players also knew this. Although the situation was unfavorable, they still had to persevere. If they couldn't win, a draw would be fine. It doesn't matter. Even if it's a draw, it won't have a substantial impact on us, because we have a big advantage now. Butler Mend leaned back and said cheerfully to Sujin, who had been substituted. Winning or losing is not important, but mentality is important, right? Sujin thought for a while and asked. Because it's the group stage, winning or losing is not important, because the second place can also qualify. When it comes to the knockout stage, winning or losing is the most important. Butler Mend laughed. On the court, Zheng Qi completed the last shot at the last moment. 6-5, extraordinary last moment, the law of Yoon. Chapter 342. Are you interested in joining us? When the final whistle sounded, Fifan's fans cheered and roared. Before the game, they didn't care too much about the outcome of the game, because although Fifan had eliminated Bold, in the eyes of Fifan's fans, that victory was certainly wonderful, great, and amazing, but it was just luck, right? Right. It's no wonder that Fifan's fans would think so. After all, after that game, some media that follow the Yamato League praised Fifan for his successful use of tactics, low-key and steady, and then burst out in one fell swoop to defeat the strong with the weak. It can be said that he has achieved the ultimate in accumulating good character. It is really not easy to do this in today's modern information age. Therefore, the fans of Fifan also feel that the real strength of Fifan is very ordinary. Now that it is the finals, they can play as many games as they can. It doesn't matter if they lose the first game against a strong enemy like Yoon, because the second place in the group can qualify anyway. This mentality is of course better, at least they can treat the team's defeat calmly. However, this does not mean that the fans of Fifan think that the team's victory or defeat is unimportant. On the contrary, it can make them more crazy than usual when they see an unexpected victory. This is the case now. The fans of Fifan are crazy with joy, whether they have been following Fifan since last year or newcomers who joined the Fifan Guild this year. One victory after another is enough to accumulate into one legend after another, allowing a new club with nothing to build its own history. This is the beginning of history, but it will not be the end of history. The audience who watched the Fifan miracle on the spot will use their descriptions to spread the victory of Fifan. As time goes by, the experience becomes a story, the story becomes a legend, and the legend becomes a belief. Fifan's road to prosperity begins from this day. The players on the field were also cheering. Zheng Qi waved his arms, Li Gerui and Wang Yuanfen jumped around like fleas. Niaohua and Sujin hugged each other. Zheng Qi, who was usually the calmest, also showed a relieved expression. Qingquan and the other five were even more excited and a little out of control. Probably only the trio of Bodhi was relatively calm, but they also remembered the glory of last year. The losing Yoon team had nothing to say. They just wanted to leave quickly now. They lost this game in a mess, and many details could only be known through replay. Especially Kiao, he was killed by Zheng Qi several times, and he didn't know where he lost. So when the two sides shook hands, Kiao couldn't help asking Zheng Qi a question. How many attribute points do you have? He didn't expect to get an answer when he asked this question, because no matter who it was, such a question was a secret and could not be easily leaked. How many do you have? Zheng Qi glanced at him and asked back. More than 700. Kiao also played a slow PI. I have more than 100 points than you. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. Kiao's heart calmed down immediately. It turned out to be a god-level account. Or a very strong god-level account, so that even if he lost, it would not be unfair. In fact, even if our attribute points are the same, you can't beat me. Zheng Qi added. This made Kiao's anger burst out again. Damn, this is too contemptuous. When he was about to risk being punished and curse, Zheng Qi said another sentence. What? Don't believe it. Add a friend, and go to the arena to start a correction and spar when you have time. Zheng Qi laughed. Okay. Kiao suppressed his anger, but he couldn't add friends at this time. He was still in the game. After returning to the locker room, Kiao immediately sent a friend request to Rin Pinshen, and Zheng Qi quickly agreed. The two sides agreed to compete again tomorrow night. This guy is still arrogant in front of me, watch me beat him to death tomorrow, Kiao said angrily in the locker room. The morale of the other Yun players was a little low. Although a loss would not affect their morale, and the second place could also qualify, losing to Fifan still made them a little discouraged. If they couldn't beat Fifan, how could they challenge Kangtan? The somewhat dull atmosphere was broken by Kiao. Others couldn't help laughing. Although Kiao is a newcomer with no foundation, who had never been in a professional team before, he became the core of Yun as soon as he arrived. However, Yun probably had enough acceptance for such newcomers with enough characteristics in strength operation because of long-term relegation. And now his unyielding performance has undoubtedly made the atmosphere in the somewhat decadent Yun team better. What's wrong? A teammate asked Kiao. Rin Pinshen said that he could beat me even if the attribute points were the same. I have added him as a friend and will deal with him tomorrow. What's the matter? Isn't it just relying on strong attributes? Kiao said indignantly. Yes, remember to beat him a little bit tomorrow. Others began to join in the fun. Losing a game is not the end of the world. Even if they lose the first game, the players of Yun must maintain more confidence. Shi Jianbo, who had been silent, raised his head and glanced at Kiao. Kiao noticed this. His familiarity with Shi Jianbo made him feel that Shi Jianbo seemed to have something to say to him. Over the past year, Kiao has been with Shi Jianbo almost every day. His familiarity with Shi Jianbo is not comparable to that of ordinary people. So after the team was disbanded, Kiao did not log off, but found Shi Jianbo. Go to the arena. After seeing Kiao come in, Shi Jianbo did not say much, but took him directly into the arena. In the era of football, the arena is the most secretive place. After entering the arena, Shi Jianbo opened a room, but did not compete with Kiao. Instead, he turned on the video mode and played a video for Kiao to watch. In the game, Kiao and Zheng Qi had played against each other several times. Kiao watched and his face changed a little. He was indeed easily killed by Zheng Qi every time. During the game, he felt that the opponent's attribute points were much higher than his own, and he had an absolute advantage in speed, strength, and physical fitness. In this case, even if he exchanged injuries for injuries, it would be normal for him to lose. But now watching the video, the first fight was only 10 seconds. With skills and ordinary attacks, you hit him 13 times and he hit you 16 times. The second fight was 13 seconds. You hit him 20 times and he hit you 27 times. The third fight, Kiao's face began to pale as he watched. The offensive characteristics of both sides were similar, and the methods of mixing skills and ordinary attacks were also similar. However, in such high-speed movement and evasion, Zheng Qi's skill use timing and accuracy far exceeded his own. More importantly, every time he attacked, the part he hit on you was the part that could take away the most blood. Maybe this was due to his speed advantage, but overall, can such a bonus bring such a big advantage? No. Kiao could only shake his head. His operation was very precise. Shi Jianbo said. Can I be more accurate than you, boss? Kiao asked unconvinced. Me? I'm not that accurate. The opponents in the Super League should have this level, but it's really hard to meet them in the A-League. Shi Jianbo smiled bigly. Anyway, I'm going to play against him tomorrow to see if he's really that accurate, or if it's just because his attribute points are too strong. Kiao said unconvinced. Well, this is also something that must be done. No matter if the opponent is very strong or not, if there is a challenge, we must face it. I didn't say it in the locker room because I was afraid of affecting the morale of others. As for you, I'm very relieved. Shi Jianbo nodded with some relief. Kiao nodded heavily. A player like him who was also a grassroots player would not have any fear, and his characteristics were even more so. If he would feel afraid because of difficulties, he would not actively choose to be the kind of troublemaker player who hated the gods and ghosts, and would go to the big guild for no reason. In fact, he couldn't make things difficult for anything, but just messed up the other party. This approach is not for profit, but for excitement and adventure. How could a person with such a personality be discouraged by a failure or a strong opponent? So, the next day, he saw Zheng Qi in the arena. Oh, you really came? Why, didn't you review the game? Don't you see that I am an opponent you can't beat? Zheng Qi greeted Kiao enthusiastically when he saw him. Bah, we reviewed it, but so what? Do I have to kneel down just because you are awesome? Kiao replied. If you have ambition, come on, let me show you the gap between you and me. Zheng Qi smiled. Qi now entered the arena with a straight face. He was certainly not a masochist, but he would not shy away from such a challenge. What's more, after the correction was turned on, when the attribute points were almost the same, would he have no resistance? What a joke. You are more than 700, and I am much higher than you. Then I won't take advantage of you and set it to 750 points. Zheng Qi said to Qiao. Both sides have 750 points of experience, but Qiao may not have experience in higher attribute points. The higher the attribute points, the better. How many attribute points you have and how to play that game are issues that players must adapt to. Otherwise, if you have powerful attribute points but only have experience in operating 700 attribute points, it will be useless. Okay. Qiao nodded. After adding points according to his own habits, Qiao entered the arena with confidence. 20 seconds later. Oh, you have supported longer than I thought. Not bad, not bad, talents like you are what we need. Are you interested in joining us? Zheng Qi said to Qiao, who was lying on the ground, with a look of surprise. Shut up. Chapter 343. The benefits of winning the first game. How is it? Shi Jianbo asked Qiao. Lost. Lost miserably. Never won once. Qiao shouted. Ahem, actually you should have been mentally prepared. Shi Jianbo coughed. Even if you were mentally prepared, you can't stand it. Boss, that guy is simply a pervert. Qiao showed an expression of lingering fear. What? Pervert? Shi Jianbo was shocked. Well, it's not what you think, but this guy always says some trash talk to me every time he wins, which is very annoying. Qiao hurriedly defended. Oh, this is normal, there are many people who say trash talk, and those who can talk well are basically God-level players. Shi Jianbo is relieved. What is the specific situation of the game? Did you learn something? At least I know the gap, and I still gained something. Qiao said listlessly. That's not bad, isn't it what I thought at the beginning? Shi Jianbo said. But this guy has been persuading me to join their extraordinary, and said that as long as I go, I will be guaranteed to have a God-level role. Qiao replied. What? God-level characters? Does he think they're wholesale cabbages? Wait, Fifan, damn, these guys, no wonder they can attract so many professional players. Shi Jianbo couldn't help cursing. Well, they said they have some tricks to pull monsters, and they can guarantee to cultivate 10 God-level accounts every time a new area is opened. Qiao replied. Too shameless, such temptations, young players simply can't resist, but this kind of prospect is it's no wonder you are tempted. Shi Jianbo sighed. I won't go, even if I, Qiao, starve to death, go to sweep the streets, and can't be a professional player, I won't eat a bite of their Fifan's food. Friend, your words make me more worried, ha ha ha, just kidding, to be honest, I'm a little tempted, but I will stay in Yun. Hey, if you really want to go for further studies for a few years and then transfer back, it will be good for us Yun. Stop it, boss, I don't have any feelings for Yun. If I really leave, will I be willing to come back? That's true, anyway, this matter was put aside. Fifan defeated Yun in the first round, laying a solid foundation for qualifying from the group, and Yun will not have any problems because of this defeat, after all, they are a mature team. In another match in this group, 2 amateur teams with names that are difficult to remember had a contest. One of them won by 1 goal, which can be regarded as taking some advantages. But no matter from the perspective of fame or performance, these 2 teams do not have the strength and qualifications to cause trouble to Fifan and Yun. After all, these 2 teams are not even former professional clubs, but just serious amateur teams. So although they performed well and had good luck, the gap between them and Yun and Fifan is still quite huge. However, in the second round of the game, the opponent who won the first game seemed to have caused Fifan a lot of trouble. Fifan used more rotations in this game and began to adopt a more flexible and maneuverable way to attack. Generally, teams rarely divide too many troops when attacking, but they divide more troops to attack, and even in defense, they also deal with it in this way. The opponents gathered together and confronted them as a whole. This resulted in the opponent being almost unable to stop Fifan's attack with defense, but when they were attacking, they were able to rely on their overall level to create a lot of pressure on the opponent. In the end, Fifan still won the game, scoring many goals, but also conceding many goals. Although the opponent lost the game, they received a lot of applause from the audience. Opponents who had fought hard were undoubtedly worthy of respect. The commentators who began to pay attention to Fifin also criticized Fifin's performance, believing that they began to get a little carried away after winning the first round. When facing opponents with relatively mediocre strength, they completely lost the seriousness and hard work in the first round, and were just arrogantly showing their strength. If they continue to expand like this, they will definitely suffer a big loss in the knockout stage. What they said makes sense, but they don't know the facts, so their judgment is doomed to be wrong. Coach Meng showed all the critical articles and videos to the Fifin players in the team. They don't know that we are actually a brand new team. It takes time to develop tacit understanding. Winning this game is not the most important task for us. Developing tacit understanding is the most important thing. This is called wrong factual basis. Even if we use the right way to judge, we will come to the wrong conclusion. We should not make such mistakes again in the future. Fifin's players knocked out one after another. This game was indeed very difficult, but they did not think they were invincible after winning Yoon. At least they knew that the current Kangping was better than Yoon. They not only have the same excellent overall team, but also have better individuals and more experienced head coaches than Yoon. This is very important. Kangping will be the biggest opponent of Fifin on the road to promotion. Before that, making the team's tacit understanding better through actual combat is the biggest way for Fifin to enhance its strength. We have potential, but Kangping's potential has reached its limit. The worst thing for us is that if Kangping is in the same half zone as us, it will be very bad, because we still need time and actual combat to grow. Only in the finals can we meet Kangping. This is an opportunity given to us by God, and we must seize this opportunity. Butler Meng said so in the team. Another additional benefit of defeating Yoon in the first round began to show at this moment, even if the second game did not perform well. As long as Butler Meng said that this was for the future, then others would not have doubts. When the head coach led the team to win a game that was important enough, his authority in the team would naturally increase rapidly. Butler Meng was not the only one who increased his authority in the first game. In addition to him, Zheng Qi, who killed his opponent several times in one-on-one, Su Jin, who stabilized the situation at the critical moment, Zheng Qi, who had been playing a role, Niao Liwa, who caused huge damage to the opponent several times, even Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen, who jumped around, all established their own status in the minds of other players. Fifin's internal situation was actually not very stable before. In the final analysis, it is because of the factors that make up the team, which are too many and too complicated. The original old players, Wang Yuanfen who was inserted in the middle, the Lone Boat Trio, and the 5 former second-tier players of the professional club led by Niao Liwa. Although Zheng Qi and others knew how powerful Zheng Qi was when they were in District 108, it was Shin Ruofei and Zheng Qi who knew how powerful he was at the time. Now there is only one of the two perverts left, and the deterrent power has naturally decreased a lot. Li Gurui and others are grassroots, so they are naturally at a disadvantage to Zheng Qi, who is a professional. These 5 people have similar backgrounds, so they naturally stick together more closely, but they cannot gain a pivotal position in the team. Although they know that their current account is brought by Fifin, the most feared thing is not being satisfied. If Zheng Qi and others do not perform well enough, there will definitely be a power grab in the team. Of course, such a power grab is not necessarily a bad thing. Any club cannot do without fair competition within the team. The position of the main force or core is occupied by the capable, and no one can say anything wrong. But if there are internal disputes when entering the professional arena, it is not a good thing, and it can even be said to be a bad thing. After all, the opponents are all excellent, and Fifin does not tolerate any different voices. If they really want to start fair competition, they should enter the professional arena. 1 or 2 games of state fluctuations will not have much impact, so that they can achieve the best results. Now, Zheng Qi and Su Jin have proved with their performance that they are the core of the team, not just because they are major shareholders. It is normal for a team to have small circles and small groups. However, if the small circles and small groups are to the point of being dissatisfied with each other, then it will be very dangerous. Professional players are actually the strongest among the crowd. After all, if they don't have a strong personality, they can't stand out from many competitors. So sometimes fans think that they are all teammates of the same team. What is there to fight for? Isn't it good to join forces to win owners? In fact, among professional players, there is a mentality of being dissatisfied with each other. If everyone is at the same level, why are you the boss and I am not the boss? Why should the team play around you instead of around me? If you have the ability, then compete. Because you are not convinced, you have to fight, and such disputes are often impossible to resolve. Players who are too peaceful have no way out on the field. Now Zheng Qi and his team are at least temporarily convinced by Zheng Qi and his team, which will of course bring great benefits to the team itself. Winning the first game can bring so many benefits. It's no wonder that I took a gamble in that game. I was so worried that my hair turned white. Butler Meng sighed to Zheng Qi in private. Really? Why can't I see it? Zheng Qi looked at Butler Meng, whose hair was already a little grey, and asked curiously. You wouldn't know if they weren't on your head. I only had over 160 white hairs before, but now I have over 200. I'm at a loss. Uncle Meng, do you still count your hair for no reason? That's abnormal. You young people don't understand. Now there is a device that is specifically used to count hair. Install it on the communicator. It will tell you the number of your hairs and the number of white hairs when you wake up every day, so that you can understand yourself. Why not tell you before you go to bed? If I knew before I go to bed, would I still be able to sleep? Who invented such a sick instrument? It is said that it was a scientist who suffered from hair loss. Chapter 344 Breaking Through the Limit. Although they were criticized by many famous commentators, Fifen was not affected by these criticisms and continued to play that game very self-centeredly. Fifen, who had won 2 consecutive games, had already qualified in advance. Even if they eventually lost to the remaining opponent, only one of the other 2 opponents could get 6 points, so they had less pressure. So, in the last round, they played more recklessly. In the first 2 games, they basically attacked in groups of 2, but in the last game, they became free combinations, sometimes in groups of 2, sometimes in groups of 3, and sometimes one person dared to run around. This kind of scattered game style is of course not desirable, and the opponent was also very annoyed by it, but they could not do anything about this group of people constantly attacking their defense line with their outstanding personal abilities and close connections with each other. Every time they wanted to concentrate on annihilating 1 or 2 opponents, they would be surrounded by the opponent in return. And the Fifen player who was besieged could often support for a while or take away 1 or 2 Fifen players even when facing the siege of 4 or 5 people. The opponent showed extremely strong indignation at this practice of bullying others by relying on their good attributes and good operation. However, such indignation was completely useless. Fifen still won the game and easily won 3 consecutive victories in the group, qualifying as the first place. Although it doesn't matter whether they are first or second in this group, after all, the opponents they face next are not former professional teams. With the level of Fifen and Yoon, it is no problem to defeat the opponents. Their real test will appear in the quarterfinals. The other 2 former professional teams in this division have won the first place in the group. According to the schedule, they will compete with Yoon and Fifen in the quarterfinals. The winner will enter the semi-finals to compete for the only place in the finals. If they enter the finals, most of the opponents will be Kangpyeong's. Kangpyeong's schedule is much better. Although there are 4 former professional teams in this division, and there is a monster like Fifen who can compete with professional teams, they have an extremely good half a district. There is no strong team in that half, and other strong teams have to fight each other to stand in front of Kangpyeong. I think we are just passing the level. We have to defeat several small bosses and delete monsters one by one before we can appear in front of the biggest boss. Zheng Qi said. Then we are sure to win. According to the rules of RPG games, as the protagonists, we will definitely pass the level. Liga Rui said. But given the characteristics of online games, if you are not strong enough, it is normal to fail in front of the boss. Bang Yuanfen began to pour cold water. Oh, Mr. Bang is timid. Qing Yizhao shouted. Bullshit, why would I be timid? I'm just reminding you not to be blinded by temporary victory. We're facing a strong opponent. Bang Yuanfen shouted. Well, Mr. Bang's words are very constructive. Butler Meng nodded. See, even the sweeping monk thinks I am right. Bang Yuanfen looked proud. Regardless of the nickname Wang Yuanfen gave him, Butler Meng continued to talk. Although it is nonsense. The others burst into laughter. We have to be more serious in the next game. Don't forget that this is a knockout match, and in the next round, we will definitely face a former professional team. Although this team is inferior to Yoon and Kangpyeong, the gap is definitely not overwhelming. They just lack the core of Yoon and the top core of Kangpyeong. In terms of personal ability, they are not inferior to any other team, and their tenacity and mentality will be incomparable to the opponents we have met before. We won 3 consecutive victories in the group stage and won the first place, but this also completely exposed our strength to everyone. No matter whether it is other professional teams we meet next or Yoon again, they will not be fooled again. The next encounter will be the most head-to-head contest. Butler Meng's words made Fiffin's players knock their heads repeatedly. To be honest, after winning the first game against Yoon in the group stage, the next two games were very easy. Although the opponent's strength was considered strong among amateur teams, they had no resistance at all under the crushing of their professional level. Even Zheng Qi and others could rely on their own attribute advantages to suppress their opponents. Therefore, in the game, they were more testing various combinations, launching various attacks, and training soldiers with actual combat. However, since the pressure caused by the game itself is limited, the effect is naturally limited. Fiffin said that he used the game to train soldiers, but it would be better to say that he used these two games to digest and consolidate the experience and insights gained from the game against Yoon. It must be said that Fiffin's group of players have already laid an extremely good foundation. What they lack is the experience of facing strong enemies. Although they often face top players like Zheng Qi in friendly matches, such experience only allows them to understand how excellent the top level is. The experience of real competition is completely different from that kind of friendly match. In fact, after the first round of the competition, many people began to show obvious progress, such as Su Jin, Li Rui and Wang Yuanfen, and the four-person group Xinzai Shinrao Phase 4 friends are not bad. Among amateur players, they are also good players. In the guilds at major clubs, even if they are not double-flowered red sticks, they are at least red stick level players. It's just that they have been in the myth zone for a long time and appear more frequently in amateur confrontations, so their thinking and methods are a bit outdated, and their operation is also a bit poor. However, after more than a year of training, the gap in their operation is actually narrowing little by little. After all, there is an upper limit to operation. Unless the qualifications are too poor, otherwise, relying on experience, the operation level can be well improved. And this year's competition experience has given them unprecedented experience. Among the four, the best player was Xinzai, who also played a small leadership role. After the game, Xinzai seemed to have learned something, and he often had surprising performances in his training. If he continued like this, it was estimated that his level would be able to be raised to a level close to that of a professional. Although it was still not enough, it was much better than before. Moreover, Xinzai had solid basic skills and was good at defense. In such a position, experience was often more important than operation. Of course, a genius was needed in such a position, but if he was diligent and cautious enough, and had a delicate mind, he could also perform very well. Xinzai was lucky that he joined Fiffin instead of other clubs. Other clubs generally had more complete staffing, and would not give him too many opportunities to play. Without enough competition training, it would be impossible for him to have such a long-term development. It doesn't matter if the talent is a little worse, as long as it is not very bad. If there is a suitable environment, a suitable position, and a large number of games, and he can continue to make steady progress and accumulate a long-term development, then he still has a future. Xinzai is like this now. Although Fiffin has many good players now, there are not many who are good at defense. There are many kinds of attackers, including opportunistic players like Zheng Qi, fast and responsive attackers like Wang Yuanfen and Li Rui, frontal attackers like Qing Yizhao and Hong Jian, auxiliary cores like Wang Chong and Su Jin, good at using large-scale skills like Niao Yuan and Zheng Qi, versatile players like Qing Chuan and Lin Fei, and versatile players like Yuan Kong in the midfield, but there are only two people who are good at defense, Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi. For any team, defensive players may be the least valued, but they are also indispensable. In this case, Xinzai and they all got enough opportunities to play, and in the case that Fiffin is better at attacking, they, as defensive players, got a good opportunity to grow. Every game will face many kinds of tests. At the same time, even if there are mistakes and lose the ball, no one will blame them, because from the overall defensive point of view, they should lose the ball, and it would be abnormal if they don't lose the ball. There are enough opportunities, but no pressure, which allows them to focus all their energy on learning lessons instead of worrying about other things. In fact, as long as defensive players have decent talent and are hard-working, it is not difficult to cultivate a decent defense line. Butler Meng said to Zheng Qi with a sigh. Yes, I have never doubted this. You know, their attributes are also very strong, and there is no pressure on them, so they can grow comfortably. It's a pity that Zhao Fen and Ling Qinghe are still a little less talented. Although they work hard, I'm afraid it's difficult for them to become professional players. Zheng Qi replied. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, not everyone can break through their own upper limit. In fact, among these 6 people, it is a surprise that Zhuyi can break through his upper limit. Others can be used if they can be used. If they can't be used, they can directly become core members of the guild. They are also good players. Butler Meng said with a smile. Well, the name of this guy Xinzailan is not wrong. Although his idea is very coquettish, he is diligent and hard-working. It's not in vain to call him it. If he is not so perseverant, he can't break through his upper limit, right? Zheng Qi laughed. Of course, it's not that easy to break through the upper limit. There is no other way except continuous accumulation. After all, we can't expect everyone to suddenly become enlightened. Enlightenment also requires prerequisites. Butler Meng looked at Zheng Qi. But you haven't reached your upper limit yet. I'm looking forward to seeing the moment when you break through your upper limit. That's very difficult, Uncle Meng. Zheng Qi answered seriously. Oh? Why do you say that? Butler Meng became curious. Because for a genius like me, my upper limit is definitely unlimited. Ha 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 ha. Hey, Uncle Meng, don't leave. I'm just kidding. Chapter 345. Fighting for a future. Breaking through your own limit is easy to say, but just thinking about it, you will know that it is very difficult. Talent, intelligence, opportunity, luck, these things are very important on the road to growth, but if you don't work hard, no matter how talented you are, you can't succeed. Even if you're extremely talented and lucky, you still have to work hard and sweat to achieve success, especially in the arena. Other things are actually not very useful, and no matter how others help you, you still have to rely on your own efforts. There is a saying that for professional players, hard work is the least commendable thing. This sounds like hard work is nothing great, but from another perspective, it only proves one thing: for any professional player, hard work is the most basic element and condition of existence. Without hard work, it is impossible to become a professional player. The most inconspicuous thing is of course the most necessary thing. It is necessary to say that it doesn't need to be emphasized. You all know that this thing cannot be lacking. Just like the air you breathe, just like the nutrients you take in from food, without these things, there is no basic condition for human survival. On top of the basic conditions, add other things. The more you add, the better you'll survive. This principle still applies to competition. The first thing is diligence, and then other talents, luck, environment, etc. The more you get, the higher you can improve. However, if you don't get enough of these things, if you work harder than others, you can still surpass your limit. The extraordinary club, which is now criticized by football critics, is actually much better than they imagined in terms of hard work and seriousness in the game. When the quarterfinals of the finals began, it was already September. The time of amateur competitions is much shorter than that of professional competitions. The second half of the professional competition will last from mid-August to the end of October, a total of 2.5 months, while the final of the amateur competition will be completed by the end of September. This is because the rhythm of the game is stretched a little longer. Otherwise, according to the habit of the cup competition, it would take at least 1 month to finish these 7 games. In the Super League, Cheng's advantage is still unshakable. Although they tied a game at the beginning of the second half of the season, ending their winning streak, they quickly adjusted their state and won all the way again. Team Head, which won the East Asian Cup in the summer and achieved excellent results, seemed a little tired. Although they also added several young players with good strength, it was just to give them some fresh blood. It was still very difficult for newcomers to play a decisive role quickly. Therefore, in the league, Cheng's performance declined to a certain extent. They seem to have given up the league. After all, their performance in the first half of the season was not bad, and their top positions were still very stable. Instead of competing in the league, it was better to focus more on the cup. So in the next league, Cheng's began to train more newcomers. Several new players got more opportunities to play. Their character attributes, operation ability, and talent were all very good, but after all, they lacked experience. Under such circumstances, their results were somewhat ups and downs, while Cheng started to win all the way again and was far ahead in the league. Many people complained about this, thinking that Cheng was too much to give up the game. However, most people in the circle thought that Cheng's approach was completely fine. After all, the possibility of winning the league was indeed low, and the average age of Cheng's main lineup was not young. If they didn't train new players now, would they wait until they were in a slump before training? However, no matter what the controversy in the Super League was, it would not affect Zheng Qi and his team for the time being. The amateur league that Fifan was currently participating in was still quite different from the professional competition. The quarterfinals went smoothly, and the 5 professional teams seemed a little too strong in front of their amateur opponents. They easily defeated their opponents in the game and entered the quarterfinals. Fifan didn't mess around like before in this game. Although they still maintained their flexible and changeable offensive methods, they seemed more stable on defense, and there were no problems from beginning to end. Those commentators didn't target FIFA, they criticized FIFA before because they thought FIFA didn't take the game seriously. Now that FIFA is serious, they also praise him, but it is obvious that FIFA doesn't care too much whether it is criticism or praise. The next game is the real test. If we win 3 games in a row, then we can enter the professional arena next season. If we lose any of them, we will still have to play amateur games next season. Butler Meng said this to everyone, and it caused a strong backlash. Uncle Meng, don't be so cynical, we will definitely win 3 games in a row. Wang Yuanfen said. Yeah, I don't want to play any amateur games anymore. There are only a little over 20 games a year, which is too boring. Professional games are so much fun. The first-class league alone has 46 games a season, plus the cup, that's at least 50 games, that's exciting enough. Zheng Qi said with longing. For professional players, what they fear is never too many games. Although it consumes a lot of energy, proper rotation can alleviate this problem. Although many people have studied that 1 game a week is the best practice for players, in fact, even if they play 2 games a week, it will not cause much pressure on the players themselves. After all, they usually have a long time to rest, and they don't need to spend too much energy on training. The physical pressure on them is much less than that of professional players in the past. As for mental pressure, if you rest well, there will be no problem. So the more games, the more opportunities to appear, and the more opportunities to get attention. The player's income in terms of salary is the same, and the difference lies in sponsorship and various endorsements. You must know that the endorsements of the player's equipment are all their own. For 8 pieces of equipment, except for jewelry and rings, the other 6 pieces of equipment can get double endorsements. The helmet, chest armor and belt can be divided into front and back, and although the shoulder armor, boots and gloves cannot be divided into front and back, they all have 2 pieces, so the actual number of endorsements that can be obtained is 14. If you can get all the endorsements, how much money can you get from this alone? Let alone advertising in spare time. Lu Xiaoshan, a money-making tool, has an annual income of nearly 1 billion, and this is when he took the initiative to give away part of his endorsements. Others also have a lot of income. When the number of viewers of a Super League match is no less than 10 million, any endorsement will bring huge advertising benefits, which is a benefit that no business will give up. From this perspective, the teams in the first-class league are not too shabby. Generally, the live audience of a first-class game will not be less than 2 million. However, when there are better options, why should businesses settle for second best? In this regard, it is inevitable that the first-class teams will suffer losses. In addition, the expenses of professional clubs are indeed quite huge, and the collective losses of the first-class teams have become inevitable. For players, accumulating popularity in the professional arena is also a must. Why do some players get more endorsement fees and some get less endorsement fees for participating in the same competition? This is because there is still a big gap in popularity between players. Players with high popularity can influence fans' shopping choices, and loyal fans don't mind spending their money on this. Players with low popularity are naturally much worse in this regard. The goal of professional clubs is the Super League, and the goal of professional players is to become god-level players. The remaining 3 games will be harder and harder, but it's just like climbing a mountain, starting with the easy and then the difficult, which will allow us to adjust to the best condition. Now compared with our opponents, we no longer have any mystery, except for the advantages we have always had. But this doesn't matter. In a fair contest, we are not afraid of anyone. From the beginning of our formation of this team, we all know one thing: our future is definitely not in the amateur league, but in the professional arena. Even just the A-level arena will not be our future, only the super arena is. Butler Meng waved his fist. Next, 3 weeks, 3 games. Since you don't want to play in the amateur competition for another year, you want to show your skills in the professional arena. That's good. Such a wish can be achieved through hard work, so work hard. Victory and status will not fall from the sky, but must be won through your own efforts. Well, I think you will understand this truth. The extraordinary players burst into laughter. Indeed, everyone who aspires to be a professional player will not lack a competitive mentality, and will clearly know that they have to fight for the status they want. This is actually the reason why there are various competitions within many teams. Professional players have to compete. What is competition? Competition, skills. Without competition, what kind of competition is it? Friendship first and competition second is always just an ideal, and it will never become a reality. Every great competitive player must have an equally great competitive heart. This is the foundation of all competitive sports. There is no joint championship, no amicable ending, and there is only one winner in the end. The loser can comfort himself that he has won an honorable defeat and can comfort himself that he has defeated his opponent, but what is recorded is always the final winner. Let us compete. Fight for our own future and the future of the entire club. The roars of the extraordinary players filled the training room of the entire extraordinary club. Chapter 346 Possible Danger. Wow, this half is simply gorgeous. Yeah, in the other half, Kang Kong looks so pitiful and alone. I feel sorry for that Fifen as well. He was actually placed in the same half with 3 former professional clubs. It's so miserable. They were ganged up on. Did you watch the game? What happened? Fifen was in the same group as Yoon and won first place in the group. Really? Oh, they must have won the first 2 games and Yoon was conserving its strength. But even if Yoon conserved its strength, it's a great thing for them to beat Yoon. You're dreaming. Yoon conserved its strength, they met in the first round, okay? And then Fifen beat Yoon 6-5 inches a head-to-head match, winning 3 games in a row to qualify, and also a big win in the first game of the knockout stage. You actually treat them as unknown passers-by. Wow, this amateur team is so awesome. Have you ever seen an amateur team with an average attendance of more than 1 million per game? I've seen one in name, so I think this team is very good. They might even get a spot. It's a pity that their odds are getting low now, otherwise I would have bet on them to win the championship. You are talking in hindsight. I checked. At the beginning, Fifen's odds of advancing were 100 to 1, the same as all amateur teams. But after the 3rd round, it jumped to 100 to 1. Now it's only 1.3 to 1. It's the same as not betting at all. Did you know this team at the beginning of this year? Hehe, I'm just talking. 1.3 to 1, even if you bet on it, it's a loss after tax deduction. Which idiot would bet on it? The bookmakers' odds are basically equivalent to believing that Fifen will win the championship. Kang Kong's odds are the same. Oh, there really is an idiot who bets on Fifen, and bets 10 million? Look, who is it? Rin Pingshen. This name sounds familiar. The next moment, the 2 bored people looked at each other. Wow, isn't that Captain Fifen? Look at the betting time, January 12, isn't that when the odds were just opened? If you're in, you'll get 1 billion. So confident. But isn't that against the rules? No, how can it be against the rules to bet on your own team to win the championship? But this guy is really confident. They almost didn't make it in the 3rd round, as Fifen entered the quarterfinals of the 2nd division. The news that Zheng Qi had bet on Fifen to get a place in the promotion since the beginning of the season gradually spread out. This kind of thing has been done before, but it's usually just a little fun, to prove that the team is full of confidence before the key game. This kind of thing will be a little controversial, but not much. But Zheng Qi did this, betting 10 million when his team's odds of advancing were only 100 at the beginning. That's really a gambler's character, and his actions also attracted a lot of attention. What was I thinking at the time? I happened to have money on hand at the time, so I bet $100, 1 billion, wouldn't you be tempted? Zheng Qi asked the reporter who came to interview. Fuck you, is this a question of whether you were attracted or not? The reporter cursed in his heart, but he could only remain calm and asked, I mean, were you so confident that your team would advance at the time? Of course I am confident, it is impossible not to be confident. As the major shareholder of Fifen Club and the captain on the field, if I don't have confidence, how can I lead the team forward? Zheng Qi made a victory gesture. But even if other people are confident in their teams, they rarely do this, because I am short of money. I need a lot of money to make Fifen run better. If I win, our club will have a leap, and if I lose, it will only be a personal loss of 10 million. Well, this number is indeed a lot, but to me, it is just a number. Zheng Qi replied. After thinking about it carefully, the reporter had to admit that Zheng Qi's approach made sense. After all, this is indeed a profitable thing. Think about it, if Fifen really gets this promotion quota unexpectedly, then they will not only qualify for the A-level league, but also get 1 billion in funds in one go. Although this number does not seem to be very large, after all, Lucian can earn so much in a year, but that is a super team. If the A-level teams have such a fund as a foundation, they will not have to worry about any financial problems of their teams even if they stay in the A-level league for a few years. If they fail to get the qualification for promotion, as Zheng Qi said, it is just his personal loss of 10 million. However, this news is undoubtedly bad news for the bookmakers. It is their usual method to manipulate the odds to make stable money. By adjusting the odds, they can make the investment of both parties of the bets similar, so as to obtain huge cash flow and commission income, which is enough for them to make a steady profit. However, even if they can manipulate the odds of 100 to 1 at the beginning are indeed a bit careless. There are hundreds of thousands of participating teams, and even the bookmakers do not have such huge manpower and material resources to identify them one by one. Therefore, except for the former professional clubs, they basically opened a normal odds for other teams, and then gradually adjusted the odds through the deepening of the game, just like the two brothers talked before. By the time they noticed Fiffin's existence, the odds had been adjusted to 10 to 1, and now it is only 1 to 1.3. However, who knew that there would be a pervert like Zheng Qi who'd bet so much in one breath? There are actually some psychopaths like this, but they basically just give money to the dealer. Now a real psychopath has appeared, and the dealer can't help but feel very distressed. What should we do now? Just pay the 1 billion honestly? What else? This is a new team, and it's basically united. The core members are all club shareholders. It's too late to disrupt them temporarily. Let's just assume that there is no profit from this year's amateur league. We're bookmakers. Are you really a man to just admit defeat like that? We're businessmen, and harmony brings wealth. Can't we subsidize Kangkong and let them win the championship? Although there are many people betting on them, the total amount will not make us pay 1 billion. Well, that's a good idea, but we have reached an agreement with the league organizing committee. We are only responsible for converting the odds and not directly interfering with the game, otherwise our betting qualifications will be revoked. Compared with the profits of the Super League A, directly interfering with the outcome of the game for the sake of these 1 billion is not worth the loss. Then this time it's a bargain for Fiffin. Of course, Zheng Qi didn't know that his actions had caused such a dispute within the bookmaker. His idea was actually very simple and naive. He had made a fortune from tin head before, and he didn't mind making a bigger fortune from the bookmaker. Master, don't do this again in the future. Butler Meng warned Zheng Qi in private. Ah? What's wrong? Zheng Qi asked curiously. The dealer is not an ATM. It won't let you do this all the time. This time is actually very dangerous. You made 100 million last time, but in fact it was a popular game, and there were many people betting. The dealer can make up for the 100 million lost on you from other places. They can even make a lot of money because there are more people betting on chain. But this time, you will make the dealer suffer a lot. So what, as long as we can win? Zheng Qi said indifferently. If it really shakes their profits, they will interfere with the game. Butler Meng said coldly. What? Will they bribe our people? This should be difficult. After all, our team was formed temporarily, and it will take some time for them to bribe them. This possibility is very low. But if they have some outstanding players and let them join our opponents in matches, our way forward will be more difficult. Butler Meng replied. Hey, isn't the list finalized? Zheng Qi was surprised. With 3 additional players, we can do a lot. Although there are problems with coordination, if there are 3 players of the Super League level who are obedient enough to join the opponents such as Kangping and Yoon, will it be more difficult for us to move forward? Butler Meng said solemnly. Now it was Zheng Qi's turn to change his expression a little. He certainly knew the importance of this point. Fiffin is still far from his best. The fact that they can beat Yoon has a lot to do with the lack of outstanding players in Yoon itself. If a few players from the Super League come, they can make Yoon stronger as a whole, and they will not be inferior in individual one-on-one. In this way, Fiffin's advantage will no longer exist. And if there are 3 such players joining Kangping, then Kangping's overall strength will undoubtedly soar, as long as they are obedient enough. In this way, sniping Fiffin is really not a difficult task. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Meng. It seems that in the future, I really can't do this kind of thing. Zheng Qi sighed. Otherwise, losing a year of time will be a bit painful. Well, you should have asked me before making the bet this time. Didn't you say anything when we made the bet last time, Uncle Meng? Now I know. Besides, as long as we enter the professional arena, we don't need to make money in this way. Everyone says that the professional arena is a money-printing factory. That's the Super League. Oh, it's not much different. Anyway, as long as we advance, we won't have to worry about having money. What do you mean it's not much different? Why would I give you a Class A quota in exchange for a super quota? Uncle Meng, you are getting more and more sharp now. I was mad at you. Did the instrument measure a few more white hairs again? Well, the key is that there are a few less. I'm very distressed. Chapter 347. Easy victory. After talking with Butler Meng, Zheng Qi did regret that he was so careless and put down 10 million yuan, but who told him to be so anxious when he had a little money in his hand? If it weren't for this character, he wouldn't have put all his assets on Teen's championship last year, and there would be no investment in the club this year. With his reckless character, although he was worried for a while, he soon let it go. Damn, even if you do this, what do I, Zheng Qi, have to fear? If you have the ability, just come over. I'm going to defy the heavens. Of course, for the sake of internal stability of the team, Zheng Qi and Butler Meng did not mention this matter. Instead, Zheng Qi and Su Jing asked a few questions in private. Su Jing was more clear-headed, and Zheng Qi, as a scientist, still knew some actuaries, and many actuaries worked in the gambling group, so he also knew the importance of this matter. But a week later, there was no such thing as the opponent using the supplementary list. It seems that there is no problem. The gambling group will not interfere with the game. Butler Meng breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, won't they let those good players train with Kangping and Yun first, and then suddenly change people when they meet us, catching us off guard? Zheng Qi began to imagine the consequences of the other party's unscrupulous efforts. Do you think super players are cabbages? Even if such players belong to the gambling group, there are definitely not many of them. Once they are used, the traces will be too obvious. Moreover, even if a super team leaves 3 players, it will be a big commotion. Now there is no news about this. Then maybe it's the young players? Zheng Qi guessed. Young players can't play a decisive role in this situation. Butler Meng shook his head. We also have 5 young players from the super team. That's strange. The gambling group is so kind and watched me possibly rob 1 billion? Zheng Qi asked curiously. I almost guessed it, you are lucky. Butler Meng laughed. Then tell me, Uncle Meng. The reason is very simple. Compared with the interests of the A-League and the Super League, this 10 billion is nothing. If they use the people they can control, all their pawns will be exposed. Don't forget, there is also the League Organizing Committee. Butler Meng replied. League Organizing Committee? Isn't that a group of guys who only collect money and do nothing but eat for free? Zheng Qi asked. How can you believe the rumors in the market? If the League Organizing Committee is really like this, the professional teams would have started a new team long ago. Why do they have to be trained by them every year? In fact, the power of the League Organizing Committee is much greater than you think. Even the gambling group has to reach some kind of agreement with them to whitewash the gambling and turn it into obvious income. Butler Meng said with a smile. Oh, so that's the case. Then the gambling company cannot interfere with the progress of the game, which is also one of the conditions for both parties. Zheng Qi was smart and immediately figured out the joints in the middle. That's right. Butler Meng showed a mocking smile on his face. They protect the league and various cup competitions from being manipulated by gambling groups. Seeing the mocking smile on Butler Meng's face, Zheng Qi wanted to ask something, but swallowed it back. Don't think too much about this kind of thing. Where there is sunshine, there is darkness. As long as we do our best, it will be enough to have a clear conscience. Butler Meng saw something and said. Zheng Qi nodded seriously. That night, after Zheng Qi fell asleep, Butler Meng thought about it, then sighed, then took out the communicator and made a call. What's wrong? The other party asked. The young master began to notice something. It's a bit early. The other party was silent for a while, then said. Yes, it's a bit early. But I believe that with his personality, he will not have other bad thoughts because of this matter, and if he makes some preparations early, he will be stronger when facing those shocks. Butler Meng replied. It's still a bit difficult for him to bear this kind of thing. He is different from my brother. Although both of them hit smooth sailing at the beginning, Butler Meng whispered. Take good care of him. Yes, sir. For the fans of Canton, they were extremely happy looking at the quarterfinal table. 4 opponents who were qualified to challenge Canton were crowded together in one half of the zone, fighting each other, while Canton could move forward comfortably and wait for the final winner to stand in front of him. After such a competition, this winner would probably be scarred, right? Would he still be Canton's opponent? Canton returned to the professional arena in the near future. Speaking of Canton's fans, what they were most worried about before was that Canton could not return to the professional arena immediately due to various reasons. With Canton's limited finances, if it really sank for a few years, it might be disbanded and delisted. How many teams that were once glorious disappeared like this? They didn't care about one more Canton. Even though they are confident in the strength of Canton, the amateur elimination tournament is too cruel. They have to win all the way. If they enter the final, they have to win the championship to qualify for the professional arena. Although there are 4 promotion spots, the regional competition system makes such spots very precious. If the Amateur League is a knockout tournament to decide the top 4, Kanking will have a better chance. If the Amateur League is to eliminate more than 20 teams and then play a round-robin tournament to see the points, Kanking will have a better chance. However, such a cup competition system may not necessarily be the one with the best strength to laugh at the end. If they perform poorly in one game in the middle, they may capsize in the ditch. This competition system is the most feared by teams with overall advantages. Fortunately, now that they have entered the quarterfinals, Kanking fans can put their worries aside. There are only 3 games left. As long as Kanking does not lose in these 3 games, they can quickly return to the professional arena. They also believe that after the baptism of the amateur elimination tournament, Kanking will be stronger after returning to the professional arena, and even entering the super arena will not be a dream. Of course, the whole Kanking would not be so optimistic. Although the competitors had to go through brutal competition and elimination to get the qualification to stand in front of them, there was no doubt that the team that stood in front of them in the end must be their strongest opponent. The more brutal the competition system, the more experienced and tougher the opponents must be. So in the first game of the quarterfinals, Fifen played against the former professional team Fingal. The players and coaches of Kanking were very concerned about this game. For head coach Zhu Shan, core player Filady, and rookie Zheng Qi, they thought Fifen was the most likely opponent to appear in front of them, because they knew Fifen well enough. Others might pay more attention to Fingal, who had been in the amateur league for 2 years but whose strength had not declined much, because Fingal was stronger overall and had more experience. This game would be a fight between dragons and tigers. Many Kanking players thought so in their hearts. However, after 90 minutes of the game, the players of Kanking were all surprised. The winner was Fifen, which was not particularly surprising. After all, they had proved their level and strength in the game against Yoon. Although Fifen's tactics were used successfully in that game, which dragged down Yoon, this tactic is very simple to put it bluntly. Being able to use it represents strong strength. It is not surprising that a team with such strength defeated Fingal. However, what is really surprising is the process of their defeat of Fingal. In terms of tactics, Fifen has not actually changed much. It is still the tactic of splitting troops and raiding in offensive and relatively concentrated defensive. The map of this game is actually not very suitable for splitting troops and raiding. However, in this game, they played very well. In offensive, they fully exerted their personal abilities. In defense, whether Sujin or Wang Chong was on the court, a group of defensive players cooperated with a group of attackers to resist the opponent's attack while constantly counter-killing, creating threats with personal breakthroughs. Once the opponent is alone, they will immediately send the opponent out of the field with a thunderous attack. Although the victory or defeat of the football era is achieved through goals, everyone has to admit that sending the opponent out of the field is also a very effective way. Although it is only 10 seconds, such a number advantage can often form a huge advantage under certain circumstances. This is a very correct, but nonsense truth. However, the extraordinary players faithfully implemented this truth. They continued to kill their opponents on the field, relying on their own attribute advantages to take advantage little by little, and such small advantages accumulated, which is the final result of this game. 6-3, twice the number of goals, and a huge advantage on the field. The Fingal players were a little lost when they left the field. They had already achieved their basic goal by reaching the quarterfinals, but it was quite unacceptable to lose the game and be eliminated. They could lose, but losing so weakly has dealt a serious blow to their self-confidence. A young Fingal player looked at the extraordinary players who were cheering and celebrating unwillingly, with helplessness in his eyes. Don't be discouraged, Zifei, you still have a long way to go in the future. The captain patted the young player Zifei on the shoulder and said with a sigh, I don't accept it. These guys just rely on their attribute points to bully others. If I had a character like them, would you like to join our team? We're recruiting talents now. Zheng Qi's voice rang in the ears of the two. The captain could only smile bigly. Feng Liang has been in the amateur league for a long time. He might track down the young player he is optimistic about. Zifei was quite angry. Go away. Add a friend later. When you figure it out, come to me. Zheng Qi replied without changing his expression. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 348 Familiar Ode. Compared to the group match against Yoon, they are stronger. Fu Lei said to Zhu Shan with a serious face. Yes, the most worrying thing has happened. Zhu Shan sighed. Why can they improve so quickly? It's unreasonable. Zheng Qi was very puzzled because it was beyond his cognition. It's not that their strength is improved rapidly, but many of their players have been able to better play their original strength. Think about it. If a team can fully play the level of more than 800 attribute accounts, even if it is placed in the first-class league, what level would it be? Zhu Shan asked Zheng Qi. Well, how to say it, it is also a popular team that can impact the Super League, right? Zheng Qi thought carefully, and then answered. Yes, at least it is also the level of the popular team for the promotion. They played against Yoon before, but they were tied, and they relied on tactics to drag down Yoon. Doesn't this performance seem a bit weak? Zhu Shan continued to ask. It's not easy to say that. After all, the victory of the game in the football era cannot be inferred by looking at the data and characters. Zheng Qi answered. It's good to understand this, but the truth is, with their extraordinary overall strength, they shouldn't have hit such a hard time, and with their personnel configuration and role attributes, other teams shouldn't have underestimated them at the beginning, but they still underestimated them. Why? Zhu Shan laughed. Because they lack experience. Zheng Qi made a random guess. After all, the reason of lack of experience is a basket that can hold anything, and lack of running in is the two most powerful weapons to shirk the responsibility for failure. The key is that you can't refute it. That's really true, it's just lack of experience. Zhu Shan replied with a smile. Although most of the Fifen players already have their own top-level accounts, there are only a few who can actually match the accounts. Zheng Qi thought for a while and asked tentatively. Zheng Qi, Liga Rui, Zheng Qi? Zhu Shan nodded appreciatively. Yes, your judgment is correct. There are only these three. Among the others, Zhu Yi and the others are amateurs, because their operations can't keep up with the strength of the attributes. Su Jing has not been able to keep up with the rhythm of such powerful attributes. Niao, Zheng Qi and the other 6 who joined in the middle should be accounts that have just been created, and they're still adapting. This kind of adaptation often lasts for half a year or even longer. So in fact, although they have so many God-level accounts, many of them may perform better if they only have an account with more than 700 points. Ah? What's the reason? Zheng Qi was stunned. Because too much is as bad as too little. I couldn't help the team stay in the league last year because my operation level was not suitable for my God-level account with more than 800 points. It was not until this year that it got better. If I could have performed as well as this year last year, then maybe we wouldn't have lost that crucial game, Fu Lei said bigly. Zheng Qi nodded, not quite understanding, and Zhu Shan patted Fu Lei on the shoulder. Because in the past so many years, I was only used to using an account with less than 700 points to compete. An account with more than 800 points is strong enough, but I have to be able to control it. It took me more than half a year to be able to use my current account well. Most of the extraordinary people are facing the same problem as me. Maybe next season, they will become stronger than ever, but what does it have to do with this season? Fu Lei quickly returned to normal and said. He has walked out of the shadow of last year's defeat and can now treat it calmly. So this is why everyone thinks they won't pose too much of a threat, not just because they have 6 or 7 amateur players. Zheng Qi finally understood. Yes. Zhu Shan nodded. And now, Zheng Qi asked tentatively. At least, they have begun to gradually adapt to their own accounts. Wang Yuanfen himself does not have this problem. Su Jing's performance is getting more and more stable, and she and Wang Chong take turns to play. Fifen's auxiliary corps can be said to be very stable. Zheng Qi's 5 young players are also gradually able to better play their roles. Once they adapt to their roles, Fifen's overall strength will no longer be a drag. By then, even if it is us, I'm afraid it will be difficult to defeat them, Zhu Shan sighed. But even so, we're just on the same level. Fu Lei clenched his fists. The opponent is very good, but strength does not determine everything. Our performance in that game, our courage, our fighting spirit and our persistence will truly determine the outcome of a game. The captain is right. If we only look at the character attributes, then what's the point of playing the game? Victory has never been based on these alone. Even if Chengfen plays against us, they have to work hard to play in order to defeat us. We will not let them get points easily. Zheng Qi felt a little excited, and then waved his fists and shouted. Zhu Shan and Fu Lei smiled at each other. Seeing the youthful vigor is always a happy thing. In fact, there is a big age difference between them. Zhu Shan is a young coach, but he is about 40 years old. Fu Lei has wasted 10 years in the new district. He is 27 years old this year, but he is 10 years younger than Zhu Shan. However, Zhu Shan is a new coach, while Fu Lei is a veteran. So it is gratifying to see Zheng Qi, who is less than 20 years old, so energetic. Before that, we have to defeat the next two opponents first. Although they are amateur teams, they can come this far, which is enough to prove that they are not comparable to ordinary amateur teams. Let's not capsize in the gutter. Although the phrase capsize in the gutter itself puts himself at a relatively high level, with Kang Kong's current strength, facing an amateur team, as long as it is not a weirdo like Fifan, he is qualified to put himself in a higher position. The opponent did try very hard, defended very solidly, and waited for an opportunity to counter-attack, trying to delay that game as much as possible, or sneak attack to succeed. However, Kang Kong was already accustomed to such a situation. They basically had the advantage in amateur competitions, so they had some experience in breaking the iron bucket formation and delaying tactics. Zheng Qi's several defenses blocked the opponent's possible counter-attacks, while Fu Lei continued to drive the team's offense. He was now a bit like an offensive core, but he was not specialized in a certain one, but could do everything. After all, his more than 800 attributes were evenly distributed, he could fully play out his attribute advantages. This approach may not allow him to do amazing things on the court, but it is enough to make him appear very reliable in any position. Such a player can certainly make the whole team perform much better. In addition, Kang Kong itself is not bad in strength. The old players who stayed behind are also good players in the A-level arena. Newcomers such as Zheng Qi and Bai Senator are both very talented players. This is the key to Kang Kong's ability to always be superior in amateur competitions this season. So they won the match without a single drop of blood, and it was easier than Fifan's win. However, such a victory did not make other teams feel that there was anything wrong. With the level of Kang Kong, it was normal to have such a performance, and it would be abnormal if there was no such performance. I think Brother Fan is demonstrating to us. After watching the match, Zheng Qi suddenly said, "Brother Fan is a kind person and would not do such a thing, but some people are a little mean." Zheng Qi casually said to Zheng Qi, "Where is your position? He is our enemy now. Even if we were partners before, when we meet on the battlefield, we have to slash our former friends with tears in our eyes." Zheng Qi shouted. Zheng Qi shuddered. "Speak human language. He is now an opponent, we have to imagine him from the most despicable and shameless perspective, so that we will not be at a loss when things happen." Zheng Qi changed his face. "That makes some sense." Zheng Qi nodded. "Now we have to prepare for the finals. Although it was difficult for us to win against Yoon before, that victory has laid a considerable advantage for us. Even if they become our opponent in the semi-finals, they will not cause us much trouble." Butler Meng seemed very optimistic at this moment. "Really? They will not be dragged down by us this time?" Li Rui asked curiously. "Even if they are not dragged down, we have the ability to defeat them. Now I hope Yoon can become our opponent in the semi-finals, because we are already familiar with playing against them." Butler Meng said with a smile. "Oh, Uncle Meng is so confident, it really shows that we can win." Zheng Qi said happily. "I mean, we can only win if we play well. We are more familiar with playing against them, which can make us play better, but it doesn't mean that we can beat them casually." Butler Meng was silent for a while, and then immediately added a sentence. Is there anyone who is naive enough to think that we can beat a former professional team casually?" Zheng Qi seemed even more surprised. Butler Meng is such a good-tempered person, and at this moment he wanted to beat Zheng Qi. In short, everyone should play the game seriously and listen to Uncle Meng. Uncle Meng is our coach and our guiding light, guiding us and keeping moving forward. Zheng Qi immediately changed the subject. "Of course, we never interrupt Uncle Meng when he speaks, unlike someone else." Yuan Fen said contemptuously. "If I don't do this, would you remember it so clearly?" Zheng Qi replied. The others booed loudly. Chapter 349 The True Ending. Fifan is indeed more familiar with Yoon. No one can deny this, the reason is very simple. Fifan and Yoon have had in-depth contact and confrontation. For the inexperienced Fifan, even if they can also collect very detailed information about another team, they are definitely not as familiar with Yoon. Their experience is limited. It is an impossible task to quickly get familiar with the opponent, and it is easier to get familiar with the opponent who has played once. So even though Yoon's strength is actually better than that of another former professional team, Butler Meng still hopes to meet them in the semi-finals, so that they can win a little easier and not suffer more unnecessary interference in the game. So, at the beginning of Yoon's game, Fifan and a group of players were praying silently in the audience. As a team that has already entered the semi-finals in advance, Fifan naturally received the favor of the broadcast camera when he appeared in the audience. Now we see all the first team members of the Fifan club. They appeared in the stands. What are they doing? It looks like they are praying together. Do they have some common beliefs? Well, they didn't do this before the game started. It seems like they are just cramming. Are they praying that Yoon loses the game and can't meet them in the semi-finals? This is understandable. After all, although they beat Yoon once in the group stage, they used a consumption tactic to drag down Yoon. An experienced team like Yoon will not lose to such tactics a second time. The game is over. Yoon showed their overall strength advantage and defeated their opponent with a hard-won victory. They entered the semi-finals. Their opponent will be Fifan. Let's turn the camera to Fifan in the stands. Oh my god, what did I see? They are actually celebrating. What's wrong with this team? They have been stimulated too much. Is there something wrong with the team? Fifan's abnormal performance stole the limelight, and the commentator even said some words that were suspected of attacking Fifan. Fortunately, amateur matches are generally not broadcasted to many people, so even if the commentator says something too much, it is not a big problem. Fifan's performance attracted a lot of attention, and many media discussed Fifan's performance. Of course, the result of such a discussion will naturally point to the most correct answer. Fifan hopes to meet Yoon. Although this result sounds incredible, considering that Fifan is a brand new team and their team is basically composed of veterans, it is normal to have the mentality of the guy we beat once can win the second time. If you hold this kind of thinking, Fifan will be beaten to a pulp in front of Yoon, and I think that the fighting spirit of Yoon has been mobilized now. A football commentator described it in his column. This is the fact. Yoon will naturally not let go of the movements of the next semi-final opponent. Even if it is an ordinary team, no one will relax their understanding of the opponent at this time, not to mention that Fifan has defeated them so soon. They knew that Fifan started to celebrate with each other when he saw that the semi-final opponent was them. Are they crazy? This was the initial reaction of Yoon's players, because Fifan's performance was indeed too strange, but soon, their emotions were filled with anger. If they want to make us lose our minds by angering us, then they're wrong. Shi Jianbo sneered in his heart. He was not afraid that the players would be fooled by anger. The players of Yoon were all older and experienced. Kiao was the only young player. For such a team, the coach often worried about how to mobilize their fighting spirit, rather than calm them down. For older and more experienced players, anger is a catalyst for them to perform better. What's more, Yoon now has no players with a fiery temper except Kiao. To put it bluntly, if the players really have a bad temper, their spirit is often higher. After Yoon was relegated, they would have left early. How could they continue to stay here? The players of Yoon who have been relegated for a long time are actually the less promising players. Although their operation and experience are not bad, the difference in spirit makes it difficult for them to reach a higher level. However, it is precisely because of this that Yoon has retained a lot of main players after being relegated. Now that these players have been aroused with anger, their performance will definitely be much better than usual. So Shi Jianbo immediately used this to mobilize the fighting spirit of the whole team. Fifan is cheering. Maybe they think it's easier to deal with us. Even though our reputation and strength are better than the opponents we eliminated, they have the experience of defeating us once. So when they saw that the opponent was us, they were very happy. Did you see? They were all smiling so happily. Shi Jianbo said in a very steady voice. He knew that his words would definitely inspire the infinite fighting spirit of the players of Yoon. This is indeed the case. Let the next game prove whether we are their most suitable opponents. When several veterans in the team controlled their inner anger and said such words, Shi Jianbo knew that in the next game, Yoon would definitely use all their fighting spirit to face such an opponent. Although it is absolutely disadvantageous to inspire all the state and fighting spirit so early, if you can't even pass the semifinals, how can you talk about the finals? What's more, as long as you defeat Fifan, the stimulation brought by the previous shame alone is enough to keep the players of Yoon in the same high fighting spirit until the end of the finals. From this perspective, Shi Jianbo really has to thank Fifan for taking such a step to inspire all the fighting spirit of the players of Yoon. So when the semi-finals began, the players of Yoon showed high fighting spirit from the beginning. The Yoon players, who had only played mediocrely in the game for various reasons, seemed to have returned to their youth. Under the command of Shi Jianbo, they continued to attack and advance together, and each player showed the most exciting part of their operation. This is the best game that Yoon has played in 2 years. an old fan of Yoon said to his teammates with certainty. In such an environment, Qi now is like a fish in water. He is a lone hero-like player. Although players like him are not closely related to the whole, they are actually connected. The more trouble and pressure his teammates create for the opponent, the larger his space for activities and the greater the possibility of creating trouble. So in the game, his performance was much better than the previous one. He roamed flexibly, repeatedly threatening Fifan's defensor, and began to really look like a gore. Facing the fierce clouds, the audience of Fifan seemed very worried. If they did not expect Fifan to qualify directly at the beginning, then they began to have a glimmer of hope after entering the finals, but they still focused on entertainment. It would be best if Fifan won, and even if he lost, there was nothing to be sad about. After all, a newly formed team had made it to this point, so there was really nothing to regret. However, now, it was already the semi-finals. One more step forward, and that would be the finals. What about another step forward? They entered the professional competition right after they were formed. They, the newcomers, didn't know if there had been any team that could do this before. But even the most senior fans probably didn't know. At least after the professional competition stabilized, no team could enter the professional competition right after it was formed. After all, it was hard to imagine that a team with such strength was an amateur team before. To have such strength, it was usually a big consortium that wanted to form a team to enter the professional competition, and then spend a lot of money to win over a group of professional players to form a team to impact. However, such a team would definitely bring great influence and impact, and would also quickly become the target of public criticism. In addition, the temporary team was not as good as those old teams in terms of tacit understanding, and would generally be defeated helplessly in front of the envy and jealousy of the old teams. Without a few years of precipitation, it would be very difficult to play amateur competitions. But Fifan had already reached the end. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. Don't fall at the last moment. Fifan didn't fall. Yoon did show the best state in the past 2 years, playing the highest level of the game in 2 years, but Fifan held on. Although they were constantly defeated by Yoon, they were still able to gather again and again, just like clouds, dispersing and gathering again, making Yoon defenseless. From the beginning, Yoon had an absolute advantage on the scene, but Fifan persevered and did not fall behind in the score, always biting Yoon tightly. Their performance also put great pressure on Yoon. An opponent who is constantly defeated but can always regroup and bite your opponent tightly is of course terrible. Think about the German army in the Soviet Union, think about Hannibal facing the Roman Empire, think about Xiang Yu facing the Han army. There are too many examples of repeated defeats in history, and finally a comeback. Today there is one more. When the 90-minute game ended, Yoon's players looked pale at the scoreboard with a score of 7-6, and each of them fell to the ground like a balloon that had been emptied. The best game in 2 years ended up with a defeat. Such an ending is cruel, but it is the real ending. Chapter 350. The Cruel Fact. You won. When shaking hands with Butler Meng, Shi Jianbo still couldn't help but sigh and said, "We won by luck." Butler Meng also let out a long sigh. No, this game has nothing to do with luck. It's a contest of courage, fighting spirit and level. This situation allows us to show each other's best level. In the end, the winner is extraordinary. We are convinced. Shi Jianbo answered sincerely. This is indeed what he said in his heart, convinced. It is true. After playing the most exciting game in 2 years, he still lost. Losing the game like this, at least he feels much more comfortable. It's not because of various factors that he lost the game, but because the opponent had performed better than him. Losing a game, of course, will not make you feel too good, but the way you lose can show different things. If we can keep this state, the future belongs to us. Guys, I know you were all young, but you lack fighting spirit, and you have shown such fighting spirit in this game. This defeat may not be a bad thing for us, it will bring more benefits to our future. Shi Jianbo said to his players. Although their players were very frustrated at the moment, Shi Jianbo was sure that this team would have a better future after such an unforgettable defeat. Next time we meet, we will make up for today's defeat. Shi Jianbo thought to himself. Maybe you have a bright future, but you can't catch up with us anymore. Butler Meng thought to himself as he watched Shi Jianbo leave. Then he walked towards his players. How do you feel today? Butler Meng asked. I'm so tired. Wang Yuanfen said a swear word that was very inappropriate for his status. But it feels great. Under such pressure, you maintained your performance and won the victory. Of course, it feels great, but you don't have much time to rest. The final will be in a week. During this week, you have to digest what you have gained from this game. Do you understand? Said Bartolomeng. I understand. Fiffin's players answered one after another. After winning such a crucial game, they were more convinced by Bartolomeng. Before the game, Bartolomeng told them that Yoon would definitely show an extremely good state in this game. However, as long as they don't get distracted, don't think about other things, and show their best side in the game, then the victory will belong to them. Now, it has become a fact that the victory really belongs to them, to everyone in Fiffin. What's more, after such a victory that they fought hard to win, many of them did understand something. As long as they can digest these things and use them for themselves, then their performance level on the field can be taken to the next level. As mentioned before, most of the extraordinary players already have the foundation to become outstanding players, professional level operations, strong character attributes. However, having these does not mean that they will definitely succeed. After all, there are many places that affect the performance of players, but being able to digest part of the game's perception means that they are one step closer to the top players. Don't underestimate this step. Many professional players may not be able to take this step in their entire careers. Winning an important game is of course a carnival. The whole team goes out together and has a good time all night. For this, Bartolomeng certainly won't stop it. The carnival after an important game can well relieve the player's mental tension. What's more, Bartolomeng turned his head and looked at Zheng Qi, who was clamoring to compete in drinking and pulling Zheng Qi to drink a cup of wine with him, and he was even happier. When Zheng Qi is carnival, it is a carnival of completely letting go of everything, which will be very effective in relieving his mental stress. Zheng Qi's illness, he himself doesn't know, and Bartolomeng only knows that he will cause a short coma due to excessive mental stress. Why there is such a disease, even Bartolomeng doesn't know why. So seeing him relax now, Bartolomeng was very happy. At this time, Zheng came over and toasted Bartolomeng with a glass of wine. Bartolomeng smiled slightly, clinked glasses with Zheng, and then drank the wine in the glass. He was drinking the latest product of the Earth Federation. It tasted like wine and had the reaction of wine, but it would not affect any bodily functions of the human body. For people like Bartolomeng who have to keep a clear mind at all times, this allows him to enjoy the pleasure brought by wine while keeping his emotions stable. Of course, young people like Zheng Qi drink differently. What they want is the impact and pleasure brought by the original wine. Uncle Meng, can I talk to you privately? After drinking, Zheng's face did not change. He put the cup aside casually and whispered to Bartolomeng. Okay. Bartolomeng laughed. Let's go to the gym. Everyone is partying here now, and the gym, which is usually crowded, has become quiet. Zheng smiled and followed Bartolomeng and left quietly. Except for Luli, no one noticed that two people had already left the venue. The group had almost finished drinking. Do you want to talk to me? After arriving at the gym, Bartolomeng asked with a smile. Uncle Meng, today's game is actually very dangerous, right? Zheng did not say anything else, but asked directly. It is very dangerous, or in other words, we are only a little away from failure. Bartolomeng did not hide it, but nodded directly. When Yoon stimulated all their fighting spirit, this game was destined to be difficult. Zheng took a deep breath. In the game, Yoon's players' hearty attack and desperate blocking left her with a deep impression. Well, if their performance in this game is taken to the A-level arena, it will at least be a mid-level level. There are not many amateur teams that can perform like this. Bartolomeng nodded. Then, why? Why did you let us use that kind of action to stimulate Yoon and make this game more difficult? Although we won, it was still very lucky. Zheng looked at Bartolomeng and asked seriously. It's not me who asked you to act so happy, Bartolomeng smiled bigly. But you induced me to do so. You believe in my judgment. Zheng said quietly. Looking at Zheng's clear and transparent eyes, Bartolomeng couldn't help but smile bigly. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. You are too thoughtful. This is your specialty. Bartolomeng shrugged. Zheng didn't answer, but just looked at Bartolomeng quietly, which made the experienced Bartolomeng feel a little overwhelmed. After sighing about how young people nowadays are so awesome, Bartolomeng decided to tell the truth. Yoon is the best whetstone. Bartolomeng said. Whetstone? Zheng was stunned. Yes, at least in this season, there is no more suitable whetstone than Yoon. They have played against Fiffin before and know Fiffin's level. They will not underestimate us in this game, and in an occasion like the semi-finals, they will also try their best. At the same time, our shortcoming is that we lack experience. We don't know enough about various opponents, but we won't have such a problem against Yoon, because we had an extremely difficult game before and are very familiar with Yoon. Butler Meng said slowly. That's right, facing such an opponent, we can avoid losses caused by unfamiliarity with them, and also allow our players to fight them at their best, but why do we have to use that method to boost their morale? A good whetstone must be more effective, after all, this is the only one this year. Butler Meng sighed, so I used that method to subtly make our people cheer when they see that the opponent is Yoon, so that Yoon can perform at its best. Then, as a whetstone, their effect will be better, and our players will gain more experience and insights. This is a rare experience and insight. If we miss this game, it may take a long time before we can encounter such an opportunity. But this will also bring unnecessary risks to our advancement to the finals. Sujin raised her voice a little. Yes, but is advancing to the finals our goal? Is even entering the professional arena our ultimate goal? Butler Meng asked back. Sujin was stunned. What is our ultimate goal? To stand in front of strong teams like Changfen, Teenhead, and Mangro, to show our level and strive for the honor of the 5-time champion. This is the goal proposed by Zheng Qi, and it is also that goal I agree with. Butler Meng said coldly. Sujin was even more surprised now. Zheng Qi has indeed been saying this, but no one in the team took it seriously, or thought so far. After all, goals can be big or small, near or far, and we have to move forward step by step. So even if we are walking on thin ice, we must continue to support it, dancing on the edge of the knife, moving forward on thin ice, even if there is the danger of being stabbed and falling into the lake, we must move forward like this, because we can't afford to move forward cautiously and slowly. We have a great goal, so we have to constantly push ourselves to our limits to get closer to the great goal. Butler Meng said coldly. Including the previous match against Bodhi, asking Zheng Qi to hide his strength. Sujin asked. Yes, as long as there is such an opportunity, I will do it. Young people have unlimited possibilities and unlimited potential, but if the potential is not brought into play, it is equal to zero. What I have to do is to constantly use such an environment to force them and force every bit of their potential. Butler Meng replied. Such a choice is a bit cruel. Sujin sighed and said. Lu Xiaoshan, Li Chengs, which of these players who can stand at the top is not so cruel to themselves? Competitive competitions are not escaping with the elderly and children, but a process of climbing to the top. Those who can't keep up will be eliminated. Those who can stand at the top are always those who constantly break through themselves at the limit. Butler Meng's words are ruthless, but they are true. Fin DS capture much as great as Pelaga has to L final. No SE indeed all like bus gasms contended to exclusive YXO in Mediato. Siascrabata news to Patreon. Recurada, card alike, Siascripts in Odonakin nos anima are continued. Great as a todos nos vemos on Alpxmodo.